Good Friday morning to Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, and everyone listening in Radio Land. I am CJ, and this is Real FM 91.9 and 91.5. Also listening on 107.9 J Wonder FM in New York.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get out. Wolves in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
All right, thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Except this little. Let's give thanks to the Lord, for His good, for His mercy endureth forever. Father, this morning we give you thanks, Father. We come to thank you for sending you angel who watch over us in the darkest hour of the night. Father, we thank you for the gathering this morning. We thank you for the brand new day that you gave us, to God, that to tell you thank you to Jesus as we lift up our hands up to the heaven and we bow our face to the ground. We tell you thank you, Master, for great things that you have done, because you said everything that have breath shall rise and praise the name of the Lord. So we praise you, Master. We worship you this morning. We tell you thank you, Father. Father, today let us experience your presence among us. We lift up our hands, Father, so you could guide us and protect us. There is nothing we could do without you. Without you, we are nothing. So we give you the highest praise. You say you gave us your word. Your word is a lamp unto our feet and a light unto our path. Your word is sharper than any two-edged sword. Your word can pierce asunder. It can pierce our hearts. Your word, Lord, got power in it, and it got life. The life that gave us strength, to God, that we know we have a Father in heaven who will listen to us when the burden of this world get too heavy for us. When it gets and it lay in our chest, we come to the foot of the cross and we lay our burden at the foot of the cross. So this morning we tell you thank you, Father, for helping us to get on before the throne of grace. And we come to the altar of grace this morning and we tell you thank you, Father. We honor this morning. Father, we glorify your name. Let your grace upon the nation. Bless you, God, because you give us strength. You gave us the word to defeat the devil and his angels in the name of Jesus, because it tells us that he's coming like a roaring lion. He's coming to kill, he's coming to steal, and he's coming to destroy. But this morning we plead the blood of Jesus on him. We pray Jesus that will send him back to the bottomless pit of the sea where he belongs. My Lord, my God, my King, as I come to thee, O God, Father, not in my hands that I bring, but one. So let us look to the Savior, one who come from the land of the tribe of Judah. He coming with his band of angels. He can defeat many, but we come to him, O God, Master, and we lift up everyone to him, and we tell him thank you. We bring the little ones to him this morning. We bring them to him in a marked and special way. The ones who's going to school, Father, the nation children. Protect them going out and protect them coming in. Help them, oh God, Master, those who are riding on any transportation, to take them to school of learning, my God, and take the wheel, take them to the destiny. nation and always go and do the work self before them and protect them, Father, and help them that they'll be able to come home to the safe destination. So many things are happening in this land of ours, my God, but you take the blood of Jesus to plead and to help us, oh God. Let the blood of Jesus speak this morning. Let it speak over our life and our children and our family and all those who seek as I bring them to you, God, Father, in a mark and specially, we in a thankful hand. Meet them this morning with a meeting spirit. Help them, oh God, Father, those who cried in the hospital, the afflicted and the wounded one, who is on the bed of affliction. We call upon the great man himself, the maker of all mankind. I ask you, God, Jesus, pass by, gentle Savior. Lay your hands on them and never take it away. Because when they cry, God, Father, give them the peace that passes all understanding. My God, take the pain away and help them and grant them the appetite that they'll be able to eat in the name of Jesus. Father, this morning we call upon you, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Of Jesus, as we tell you thank you, Father, this morning, as we say, oh God, Father, let us help to defeat the evil one who coming to bring division among the people in the island of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. As we lift the island up to you this morning, they finally tell them, oh my God, put on the whole armor of God, that we will be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, Master, against principalities, against power, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. My Lord, my God, Father, you bring up, you could bring down. We are not invincible. We are your children, and you made us from the dust from the ground, so we can crumble in the name of Jesus. So, Father, this morning, bless every single one. You gave us love. The love is in our heart. Let us spread the love to the nation. Let us say thank you to every one of us, in every one of them, in the name of Jesus. Father, this morning, bless everyone. Bless everyone who call upon your name, in the name of Jesus. Father, I bring the farmers and the fishermen to you. I bring them to you in a marked and special way. Ask you, God, to bless them all. Bless them. You know the situation. You know the condition. You remember the doctors and the nurses all night, all day, looking after the patient, the caregivers, every single one. Bless them all together in the name of Jesus. Father, you say there is no distance in prayer. We pray for those who far and wide. Pray those who listen, oh God, those who calling upon you. Send help to them. Send help, oh God, Master. You pray for those who in high authority. You say we must pray them. We pray for the Prime Minister of the day. Turn things around, oh God. Make things bring good people. The people waiting in the name of Jesus. And certainly they cried out because things change. In the name of Jesus, I pray to you, God, to help them, oh God. When they do well, we the people fare well. In the name of Jesus, I call you, God, Master. Remember who will help the nation. I ask God, Father, bless each and every one of them, my Lord, my God, my King, the little ones and them, oh God, Father, remember them. With the elderly, remember them. Those who are in childbirth, remember them, oh God, Father. Those who cried out day and night, remember them. At the ark of safety, we bring them to you, God, Father, for you to bless them, oh God. Remember our radio station. Remember it, oh God, Father. All those who is in there, all those who speak to the nation, we bless. Remember Mr. Andrew Donald. Help him, Father. Father, that he'll be able to do well and bring back home safely in the name of Jesus. And we tell you thank you. So, Father, it taught the disciples to say, whenever they pray, they must say, Our Father, who art in heaven,
classic furniture. They design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest possible price and it's you need to visit when they deliver and install completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Seasons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of colors.
Color by Seasons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Seasons. Seasons. Express your style with Color by Seasons.
You're looking to improve on mental. Look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street Sates in the Kweze. Dr. Guerrero, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal and fibroids, and C-section. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic NC, abnormal bleeding. They're in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Dr. Santos, an oncologist who specializes in cancer treatment, a general practitioner, family doctor, will be joining Dr. Guerra in the not-too-distant future. Walk-ins are accepted. Appointment at 423-3352. That number again, 423-3352. Put your health first.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Good morning again, folks. It's a blessed Friday. Only 50 minutes past 7 o'clock. Big shouts to everybody locking it down via the WhatsApp. All you good? People locking it down via the tuning app. People locking it down via the website. What's up? All you good? They must join some of the folks on the YouTube, you know what I mean? Come over. Come say hi to us. It's the extension all year.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. What?
Good morning. Watch them, you gotta be careful. Don't trust them.
When you're walking,
watch your footstep on them carefully.
When you're talking, you gotta be careful.
We got some people inside of Brooklyn, New York, locking it down this morning too. Mr. Bowen, good morning to you. Anthony, no easy. I hear, brother. I hear you. Let's go. We'll go over to the phone lines and say good morning. Good morning, Drumsticks.
Go ahead. I read for Psalm 1. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and not forget all his benefits. For forgiveness, all their sins, iniquity, who healeth all thy disease, who redeemeth from destruction, who cometh thee with loving kindness and tender mercy, who satisfy thy mouth with good things, so that thy youth reward like the eagle. The Lord execute righteousness and judgment for all that are oppressed. This is the end of the scripture reading.
All right, thank you very much. No announcement this morning?
Oh, God. I'm very sorry this morning.
Yeah. Drumsticks later.
Yeah, okay. That was a nice weekend.
You too.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. It's real. It's 91.9. We're keeping it moving. Remember, at 7:20, we got the weather coming up. Stay tuned for that.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone disinfecting. Ozone detergent powder and gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents: soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen. Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George, and I
Sandy's Variety Store, located on Main Street, St. Patrick. That one-of-a-kind store where you can find ladies, men, and children clothing in all sizes and styles. Underwear for men, women, and children. Shoes, sneakers for the whole family. We also carry a seat too. One of number again 418 Sandy's Variety Store.
St. Mark Secondary School presents its Independence Fair and Dance on February 3rd, 2023 at the school grounds. Fair begins at 1 p.m. with delicious eats, fun-priced games, haunted house, and an ice-cold bar. Children's bashment from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. Admission $10. Adult dance from 10 p.m. until. Music by DJ Small Clothes, Just Gus, Chemist, and DJ Magnum Force. All proceeds go towards sports supplies. See you there.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Real hungry world out there. As we head over to the Met office, we're speaking with Cassia Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning to you and good morning to the listeners. Here is the weather for today, Friday, 27th January 2023. Presently at the airport, conditions are fair. Winds are from the east at 8 miles per hour. Pressure 1014.2 millibars, which is above normal and rising. Present temperature 23.7 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity. Yesterday's maximum temperature was 20 degrees Celsius, minimum last night 20.5 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, there was only a trace of rainfall at the airport, hence the total for the month remains at 107.4 millimeters. Looking at the public forecast valid for today and tonight, the weather is expected to be generally fair with few brief morning and nighttime showers. Today's maximum temperature 29.5 degrees Celsius. Winds northeasterly to easterly at 12 to 22 miles per hour. Seas moderate with waves up to 7 feet in open waters. A small advisory remains in effect. Tides are currently rising and will be at 7:45 a.m., low at 2 p.m. Sunset today 6:07, sunrise tomorrow 6:33. Again, the weather is expected to be fair with few brief morning and nighttime showers. A small craft advisory remains in effect. From the Met Office, I am Cassia Johnson.
All right, Cassia, thank you very much. Okay. Bye. We say good morning to Spice Ram. We Noise Radio inside of Brooklyn, New York, always locking it down. 7:25 for you in the morning time.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Hand George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Hardware Limited. Hardware.com to roof. Let's build together.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant is the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra-soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Lassages Hardcourt in St. David is the venue set for the semi-final round of the National Celebrations Committee Independence Calypso Competition on Saturday, January 28, 2023. 21 Calypsonians will compete for a place in the top 10 to challenge reigning Mona, Sour Serpent, on Friday, February 3rd at the Sotes Bus Terminal. Semi-finalists are Royalty, Heidi, Smokey, Sorana, Top Cat, Floralisa, Monique, Big J, Soka Bantan, Cork, Teacher Eddie, Jojo, Prince, Calypsonian Supreme, Jack Glory, Happy Boy, Soka Ray, Nari, Leon, Newton B, and Prince Charlton. Showtime 8 p.m. admission absolutely free. Let's all be part of the journey to 50. Reflecting on the past, planning for the future. Independence Calypso semi-final. Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtees, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Asking me what is wrong with Trinidad. You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-Con and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party. Then it started to swerve and tell passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
To the men and women of the Royal Grenadian Police Force who put their lives at risk, we know that since 1995, there has been no pay and salary grade adjustment for you. That is 22 years ago. No adjustment to your pay and salary scale. And I therefore assure you that the National Democratic Congress will address that issue.
Holy Willie Gui.
You want another one?
You want two of them one time?
Yeah, because we will play them more than one time, you know, but I just want people to understand. The program this morning is what's it like this? Word this morning, Igwe, is Luke 6:31. Do to others as you would have them do to you. And that is instructive because what the present government is doing to poor people, I ask myself, would they like that happen to them? And Grenada still remain my constituency. Real FM still my parliament. I'm the people's spokesman and the ancient of days bless me. And this morning, the program will start off with the police. Because the police asked me to speak. Because they say, you're speaking about everybody, but you don't talking about us. Because a lot of us leaving the work. They could check headquarters and find out. They don't have to believe me. Go in the storeroom and in finance and find out how much men are leaving the work. Something ain't right. You have it for me, Igwe?
You have it for you.
So, give me.
Here's the excuse that will be made. The excuse that will be made is, it's a lot of money.
Play the first clip
Well,
again.
Grenadians deserve a lot of money. To the men and women of the Royal Grenadian Police Force who put their lives, we know that since 1995, there has been no pay and salary grade adjustment for you. That is 22 years ago. No adjustment to your pay and salary scale. And I therefore assure you that the National Democratic Congress will address that issue. The excuse that will be made is, it's a lot of money. Well, Grenadians deserve a lot of money.
Plenty.
And that the excuse he going about and me the police and making. So Mr. PM, you knew about the pay and grade from 1995. You also indicated in one of your ramblings in the rally, here's the excuse they're going to make. It's a lot of money. Grenadians deserve a lot of money. So why the police don't deserve the money, Mr. PM? That's the question I want to ask you. Simple question. So why are you going around in meetings and indicating to the police or suggesting to the police that you will bring them up to speed as you say and only give them 2 years? Because you see, I want you to play the clip again, Igwe, because you call some years there, you know, because I like to see what them and them say, because I want to be fair in my commentary.
To the men and women of the Royal Grenadian Police Force who put their lives at risk, we know that since 1995, there has been no pay and salary grade adjustment for you. That is 22 years ago. At the National Democratic Congress.
23 years ago, because last year he said that. So why, Mr. PM? You indicating or you're suggesting, because there's information to suggest, that you're suggesting to the members of the RGPF and the negotiating team, because your information already to suggest that, Igwe, that you're saying now you will bring them up to speed, as you say, and then pay them for 2 years. What's about the other 21 years? Because you say you go address it, you know, Igwe. You hear any man or they say you go address the thing. And because you can't come now and make an excuse about a lot of money. So why you only want to pay for 2 years and not the 23 years? Is it because a lot of money? But then you say the people deserve a lot of money. And that's the thing about the present Prime Minister, you know, Igwe. He speaks and he say, you know, one and say different for different audience, not that. When he in the campaign you're speaking one thing, now you're in government you're speaking another thing. That not good of you, sir.
No, he's a lawyer, you know, he makes in it.
That is not good of you. You have to fix that, Mr. Prime Minister. Because you promised pay and grade and the police believed. Yeah, let's take the call. Morning caller.
Good morning.
Morning.
95 and 5 is 2000 plus 23. It's not 23 years. 27 years, so it makes 28 years this year.
Well, that's why he said last year. I could only quote what he said.
Okay, you are yes. Well, from the very first.
You could correct him. You right to correct him, but I don't want to misquote him.
Okay.
I saying what he say.
Right. Okay then. Okay.
But you could correct him. You're a citizen of the state.
I have a right to. Because you only counting figures because they a lot of money. That is why they take the $2,000.
No, because they proven they can count.
They want a lot of money.
It is been proven based on all the numbers, even the budget and other things they can't count.
Of course, that's what you're accustomed with. Call figures. You call figures, and then people have to pay money. That's what you're accustomed with. Cooperate. Have a good morning.
Blessed.
I'll call back a little later.
Yes, you're free to do so. Well, you see how the caller put it in perspective?
Yeah, you balance it.
95 and 5,000. 23 and 5. So even him, well, he could make that error. I mean, he's not Jesus Christ's twin brother. Although some people feel he's Jesus Christ's twin brother, but he's not. So he could make them look like glitch. Yeah, let's take it.
Good morning.
Morning caller.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Hey, why is in test?
I'm coming in because I might leave in a little bit. You know, I've been I had to sit back and listen to the Prime Minister and Honorable Gloria and Miss Delma. And honestly, the maths don't add up. The maths to me not adding up. I mean, I could be done in that area, but Mr. Deacon said that they had to go and budget $8 more million to continue the seed horizontal money thing. And the program ended last year. So which means the program ended when Mr. Bowen budgeted for the 1 year. If you look at Mr. Bowen's presentation and his allocation, it was $3.8 million, which will give you something like $1,800 for the year for who collecting that money based on if it is a year. Because if you divide $3.8 million by 1, you'll get something like 2,101. You can't say that you get 8 million, right? And if you divide 8 million by $150, you're getting 53,333 people. Basically, they're trying to say how that they're on the program. And if that was for only January alone and January in done yet, where did I say that money go?
Anthony too.
What wrong this one?
Anthony too.
I'm listening. Tell me.
In the budget presentation and the occasion of funding for different aspects of the budget, $8 million less was budgeted this year than last year's budget. And in the rebuttal to the budget, the leader of His Majesty's opposition then, if you budget $8 million less, you're going to have a problem. So it was not surprising to me when they started to talk about 8 million. However, Antonito, what people have to understand and know this, and some of them, because they bright down and said that, they don't say, a budget is for 1 year. So, okay, when the budget of last year finished, one any budget for this year. Why is only the seed they say need a budget for? Because the budget cycle ended in December. So you have a new budget cycle. And hear this. All this talk and shenanigans. There was money in the budget. What NNP did. As the budget come in, they can pay them, they cut it. So who? The best budget. The best budget in Grenada. Where a man speak for how much hours and he don't read no paper, as they say, but we know better. As the budget come in, people start to ball, you see people can get paid. And they say how it was not budgeted for. So when the budget ended in December, they should have said NNP didn't budget for even salaries this year. And NNP didn't budget. Because budget is a 1 year cycle. So all this nonsense, this gibberish, about the was for 1 year. Budget is a 1 year cycle. And they should have become bright.
What I want to say, you see, we as Grenadians, we're supposed to understand and listen. When I hear people say that the first time they ever watched a budget presentation was when Deacon Mitchell eating last year, Grenadians, stop being so naive. NPH, NECH, whoever. When these things happening, listen and read, go and download these documents because you can be easily fooled by these men in high places, right? I'm here and again to bring up this topic about, the extra $2,000 on the is a pay transportation. Ministers drive the government vehicle, right? And this $24,000 a year that they get an extra on the salary, each of them, besides the Prime Minister. There's an allocation for drivers in the ministry who is driving these ministers. So even though they get $2,000 and no gas and costing them $2,000 a month.
I think the drivers come under the parliamentary thing. But listen, this. Yeah. And I'm glad you bring up that $2,000. See, hear this. And hear how these people heartless, Antonito, and people need to understand that. The $2,000 he give them was not budgeted for, but they find that money to give them. So listen my argument now. Even if the money didn't budget for seed as they say, they could have find the $2,000 for themselves. How come they cannot find the money for the $150? Because it was $2,000 for ministers was not budgeted for the drivers, as they say. But they found ways of finding the money, and they don't even work it and they take it. So why they couldn't find the money for the people? So all this old talk on them, they just old talk.
Because the thing they're saying doesn't really make sense, and people who are not listening, and the real arrogant supporters running with it. They get the propaganda and they're running with that. I want the policemen and them who was in that central station, because here they're saying it. People used to come, the ministers used to come with them, fill up the tank twice a week. And the officers who was there on duty should come out and deny these things, because watch me. When telling people who don't know better these things than them, you're putting the whole police force on blast because you're making them policemen look like they're dishonest, because they will say they're colluding with the government or the ministers to steal certain resources. And that is not right. And putting Grenadians against Grenadians is a thing that I realize that elements of that party is trying to do, and you clearly see what's going on with the Thomas and Gloria. This thing is not sitting well on both sides, and they know it in it. But they're trying to put it as far as it's what I need. Right? Bipartisan politics is good in Grenada. I understand. If the NCLC is not listening, and people that are letting themselves with that nonsense, that level of nonsense, shame on them. Shame on them. Grenada right now, we need to be real.
122. That this morning was.
Well, she come back and don't play, so I mean that's okay. I mean,
No. She don't come back and go down play. She come back and tell the Grenadian public how she lie by trying to defend it, showing that she lie.
Yeah, and lastly,
and call it by any name is a lie.
In the press conference that Tuesday, the one of probably a few, a couple months, the Prime Minister was asked by a reporter from GBN concerning the Minister for Culture, I think, or Sports, Mr. Ronald, concerning some circulation on Facebook. And my God, the lady had a document on her phone or whatever, the Facebook page. And Mr. Prime Minister, so diplomatic and nice and so truthful, will tell a young lady that don't believe everything you see. Basically, don't believe everything that you see on Facebook. When I, for myself, saw it on GIS, and he had to ask the minister, so he is doubting what is happening there, and the evidence is right there. Now you see that whole conversation with said minister, or probably whoever represented him, and somebody back and forth. Gentlemen, have a good day. I don't know what to say again with the government there, but we got a government that we deserve.
All right, brother. Bless.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Igwe. They made them lie to the Grenadian public to get power. And they feel they get through, so they just feel it's okay. How the people and you know how to find monies. So why you find the 2,000? So the excuse, even the excuse about not budgeted for, listeners, is not an excuse, because you have the ways and means of finding money, because you found monies. Let me hear it again, because we hear us how to play them.
Why are contracts being channeled through the parliamentary office? We're seeing a flyer circulating on Facebook calling for trying to contract the services needed, I think, for the Willis basketball courts. It says it's contracting the services needed for the Willis basketball courts. You can contact the telephone number for more information. Circulating on Facebook.
Well, I think you see the perplexed look on each of our faces. I am not aware of that. I suspect none of my colleagues here are aware of that. So I think you may have to give us greater context for us to understand. As far as I'm aware, they don't have any resources, any services. Any procurement is done by the ministries. I can certainly say in the case of St. David's, what I do is, if there are services that the ministry, we let our constituents be aware of it. We post it on our pages. We put physical notices on our notice boards. We certainly encourage our constituents to apply. But these applications are targeted to the particular ministry or the particular procurement agency. So I'm not aware genuinely of any case where parliamentary offices are procuring any services. They don't have a budget to do so. And therefore, unless you said it's on Facebook. So
yes, I have it. I have it here.
But being on Facebook doesn't mean it's accurate. I was hesitant to say so. I thought I was self-evident by now. But You know, so I'm not aware of it. The MP for St. George North East is not here, but I certainly will inquire of him, and if some response or explanation needs to be provided, I'll ask him to communicate with you.
Thank you.
Lying,
leadership by avoidance.
No,
like Mr. Red, in trouble again, boy.
So, but I did see that flyer too. Put out a flyer for the fixing of the court. I did see it. So I don't know. And
like Columbus, Igwe, this thing is becoming. And that's the reason they have him. And as we come back, look at the kind of question again, because they don't want to answer that kind of question and Amigwe. So they was hiding from the public. And you realize every time you have this thing, post camera, he must be there. If he's not there, it can't happen. And then the human slammed the question on him and he said, not everything you see on Facebook you could believe. You know, like that is a new thing. But everything they put on Facebook, you must believe. You understand?
Yeah. I hope they're listening.
So yeah, back to the $2,000, Igwe. They find a way to get $2,000 per person, ministers. And it was not a problem because it was not budgeted for. So if you're talking about what was budgeted for, it was not budgeted for. You cut the seed budget by 8 million. Deliberately, you did so in your allocation for budget. Because you see now, they plan now what they're going to say. They go plan out Ido budget, but they plan that long. That was discussed a long time ago in Bethlehem. You just come here to take advantage on the Grenadian people because that you know. Your track record, your claim to fame is working against the people. I know you not change. Leopard can change the skin. You have more to come. The next assault is on the Imanis, you know, Igwe. Because they cut the budget for the Imanis already. Why, Lord have mercy. So I was back, let's go back to the police. Because he promised to fix pay and grade, although the amount of years he count. Yeah, let's take the call, because this morning we go take as much call as we get. Morning call.
Good morning to everybody.
How you doing?
Day. Listen, Master Carl. These people are them with the support. Government continue. And when government continue, where the government left out, you pick it up from there. I don't know if you have to change other things. What is the other things you want to change? You change yours to 2,000 and 150 you move it out. And Delma Thomas say that's in the budget. I just don't understand. And they want to get Delma now to put on the program because they're hiding. She's hiding. She put it saying all kind of wickedness and she's hiding.
She don't come in by us.
She don't come by us. I listen now on Ride Island. And she's saying what she wants. I listen now. You check it out? These people and them is cooking the movie. You cannot have these people and them and telling you this is the minister. Where did he go? When she joined with them, where did he? And listening to these people and them, they don't forget what they say. They don't forget. Master Carl, I don't listen to people. And when I listen to people, I don't come. Because a lot of them hate what they like. I listening them, you know. On the program, one say the police. You don't see nobody come in and go in the police station and take gas just how they want now. Because they give them the money to buy the gas. I just want to have to answer questions. When they put out anything, you have to investigate them people and them too, you know. Because they come in and say all kind of things. Before you open your mouth, you have some bad dogs busy to come and bite you. If I could get the program, it was so busy, I give it them, you know. If I could get giving them, so tell them and say, government continue, and where government so they have to pick it up from your pocket and the poor and vulnerable who led the foundation for you to be that way. You have to stop what they're doing. And I just don't like it. I don't live for government. Tell them I make 8 children. Don't leave government. When you see thing is wrong, thing is wrong. Have a blessed day.
Bless. You go take a break?
Yeah.
All right.
Broadcasting from the historic home vehicle music on Real FM.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Julie Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandin sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Who wants to save 30%? Every
Prince Charles Total BM admission absolutely free. Let's all be part of the journey to 50. Reflecting on the past, planning for the future. Independence Color Semi-Final. Passages Hardcore, St. David. Saturday, January 28th.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Bad human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an next car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with my wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new things, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to slow. Passengers to realize, they say the new driver cannot drive.
Preservation and expanding social safeguards. Mr. Speaker, protecting our less fortunate while helping to lift them out is our duty and responsibility. Government therefore reaffirms its commitment to leave no liability in light of increased cost of living expenses. In this regard, the following social protection initiatives are part of government strategy to help cushion the effects of the pandemic on the most vulnerable. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, a maximum increase of $150 for beneficiaries of the SEED program effective January 2022 will be implemented. This additional benefit excludes those added temporarily as part of the stimulus package number 2.
So there you have it, Igwe. Whose budget they're talking about that it was not budgeted for? And when you cut $8 million from the program, what you expect to happen? So all these excuses now is excuses. And when you have the line minister, Senator Gloria Thomas saying we go continue? Was she deliberately trying to deceive the Grenadian public? That is the question. Oh, how do you know that the 150 would be removed? At what stage? Did she already know it would be removed when she was making the utterances in Parliament, the People's House? So when she was saying it will continue, did she know at the time she was lying bold-faced and shameless to the Grenadian people? And that is the question they need to answer. And stop trying to fool the people. Stop trying to hoodwink the people. Morning, caller.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
We good.
All you good. Well, I good. Well, this seed program, the just that, because it start going around as it to sanitize.
Take out people.
To take out people. So a lot going to be out of the program. But this is the time I wanted to see and hear Archbishop Harvey come back on the air and talk about it. I don't hear he say nothing. But when they did give the teachers the money that they didn't work for. I saw him on TV come and say he's very happy that to know they give the teachers the money. So this is the time he have to come out and speak. He says he's the Archbishop. This is the time he have to come out and speak on behalf of the poor people. I don't hear him at all. I want him to come out and speak on that. He's gonna be happy to know that the teachers, they give the teachers the money they didn't have. So that is all what they're trying to make up from the poor, vulnerable now to put back there. I want him to come out and speak about it. Have a good day. God bless you all and continue. And as long as you continue, I'll be listening, even though I don't call, but I'm listening. God bless.
All right, thanks.
Take care, man.
Listen, I agree.
For people like this.
My government has decided to continue the vertical expansion of seed program, which was scheduled to end in December of this year. This therefore means that family will continue to receive the additional $150 per household. Madam President, we will also be completing the recertification of all beneficiaries' household to determine how many families' socioeconomic conditions have improved and therefore no longer need seed support.
Senator Gloria Thomas, how many social condition has improved in the last year? Because you mentioned in getting the lease certified or recertified or sanitized, as the Prime Minister said, he has to deal with the improvement of those people. Has cost of living improved for those people you want to extricate from the lease? That is the question, you know, Igwe. Because you say you continue. You talk all about so on, but you did not have allocation. So already when you speaking, Senator, you knew what the sinister plan was. Because $8 million less was allocated for. So when you come talking about it was not budgeted for and all this nonsense, stop it. We seeing right through this thing. You're not doing yourself no favors by lying to the Grenadian public. And you need to stop that and give back the people the money. You need to tell the Prime Minister will make a mistake. And give back the people the money because the socio-economic condition has not improved. And you must know that through recertifying, as you say, you knew since you were speaking in the budget that you did not allocate monies because the budget allocation was $8 million last budget. So in some ways, you're right, you didn't budget for it. You never intended to budget for it. And now you get caught, as they say, with your pants down. You're trying to make excuses and dot everybody.
This money. Yes, good.
She trying to dirty the water, but Mr. Pierre, one time we was doing alcohol hunting by, and then we go on and he dash in a basin of water, very dirty the water, thinking we go trap it, you know, he swim out on an end on us and move as really dirty in water, he gone him. So as he said, anytime dirty in water, what is it? Everybody understand what's going on. And watch. The problem I have with them and this thing, Mr. Pierre, is simply this. They knew all along the intention was not to pay that money. By the mere fact that you allocate $8 million less, that means you intend to pay either less person, so either you decide, as you say, to sanitize the lease, and less in the amount. So all is in budget for, and they fully well know that a budget cycle is for 1 year. But hear this, Mr. Pierre. The $2,000 ministers received was not budgeted for him. And how they found that money? That is the litmus test. Because when it suits them, they could find it. But when it don't suit them, he could take it. But it still goes back to Mr. Pierre. These political decisions they're making, I don't see benefit from it. Taking out 150 on the seed program from people who need the money, Mr. Pierre. What is the political benefit in that? I need you to comment on that, Mr. Pierre.
It is not, I don't think, one of the biggest challenge we have is that we are not thinking. The National Democratic Congress was in opposition for 10 years. But while there was so NP, and they spend so much time in bitterness and anger that they don't realize they're in power. The NDC don't realize that they have to be a government for all the people of Grenada, because they spent 10 years doing that without thinking. So they're going around. This thing have absolutely no political advantage for the party. But remember, they sanitize all the moderates in the party. Now that they sanitize the moderates in the party, they want to sanitize Grenadians. Well, you can't. Because I know individuals who their wife is NNP and the husband is NDC, and they're moving good. The one who going to the farthest activity goes with the vehicle. They are family members in a home. So what they are doing, so let us suppose a minister is an NNP, they will go and fire the brothers and sisters. Well, the brothers and sisters might be NDC. So this thing is not working. I mean, when I sit down and I listen to the discussion, even from NNP, tolerating this nonsense about what you budget for, this is a non-starter. When a budget is for 1 year. So if the NNP budgeted for giving $150 in addition to the elderly, if the NNP had to budget again, they're giving $175. Bearing in mind that if the NNP had to contribute to the increase in the cost of living at this time by raising the cost of sugar, the NNP would have given a little more money for the elderly, so they could buy the kind of tablets that people has used for sweeteners. So they budget for 1 year. But I think the most important point that the National Democratic Congress is missing, that in 2008, they promised the people that they would raise it to $400. You know what was sad? When they used an elderly man, I believe he was from St. Patrick's, to advertise, to sell the program. The man died after. I understand some NNP that like to provoke. You get it. They pass in, they see the man in the veranda. You get it. Because at that time they realized NDC was not going to put the money, and they was displacing people who won the program. So the NNP that like confusion, you get it. Understand, the man just pine away and die. I mean, 14 years after. How, after you know what you did, after you know the sins you committed, you use the elderly, you trick them into their own demise. So that is a sad issue. I am trying to do a research now to find out where else in the Caribbean that was done by any political party. I mean, calling some of my friends in the Caribbean to find out if there is any party in the Caribbean that price the price that the elderly getting, the income, the money, the assistance that you're giving them. They didn't do it. And when a next political party did it, they reduced it. So I call Jamaica and Dominica, St. Lucia, Guyana, and St. Vincent, and I'm trying to get onto the others where I have contact to find out if there is any political party in the Caribbean that ever attacked the elderly like that. And I believe the moderates in the NDC, I know that they threaten to choke on you, but I believe the time is come critical that you must speak. You must speak. Because they interfere with a sacred group, the elderly, the challenged, and the children. You must speak. You cannot hold your tongue for that. And I speak about that with a passion. To recognize that I too am in the patriarchal. So don't make jobs. Sometimes we forget.
Yeah. They doesn't make
In power, they never make new jobs. Kit Mitchell and the NNP does make new jobs. Even if the jobs are not top quality jobs, they make jobs. They make holding jobs. What do I call a holding job? The Imani program is a holding job. You have a job market that is saturated. You have a massive amount of people that is unemployed. Kit Mitchell and the NNP took 3,000 of these people one time, 3,000 of them, and gave them a holding job. What is a holding job? They get some money so they could work with dignity and pride. They was able to dress up and look good. When I see some of the girls, they're the nicest girls. In addition to that, they was offered opportunities to continue the education.
Which ALOT did.
Those who wanted to be teachers and they had the basic qualification. They was placed in the schools. Those who wanted to be lawyers and they had the basic qualification. Effort was made to put them in legal affairs or other apartment. Those who wanted to be police, those who wanted to be cooks. 3,000 people, one time, was given a holding job. Some of them end up in the St. George's University. Some of them end up in the Agricultural College in Trinidad. Some of them went to China. About 5 or 6 of them went to China. Could you imagine? You in a holding job, you have some money, and yet you were able to do that. And this program has been one of the programs that taunted the National Democratic Congress the most. They hate the program with a passion. I sometimes was upset with bright people, you know. I believe when you're bright, you're supposed to lose your fear. And you're supposed to be able to speak and express your opinion. Because when I speak, I want to reference bright people. I always read everything that Claude Douglas writes. And every article that this gentleman that was with NNP, the Attorney General, anything he writes, I read it. I also read all the publication that Lex Andrew put out. As an economist, I read all his articles. So I want to reference them. Even if I don't agree with you, I want to be able to reference. So maybe we need some psychologists to find out why is it that the National Democratic Congress hate the Imani program with such passion. Why do I say they hate them? In 2008, you promised to raise the price to $1,000. You didn't raise the price to $1,000 and you fired them. You dismantled the program. You have a program, an next big name, I can't remember. This time you promised to make it permanent. And again, you have already indicated to them that those over 35 must go. When the NNP expand youth age to 39, so NDC drop youth age. You know, sometimes when you speak about the NDC, I just come to the conclusion that is a kind of sensational economics. It has no foundation. It makes no sense.
You have a plan.
You know? And then you're still hiding from the press. And the press seems to hiding from you. Because I said, no, I kind of give up on Dick Mitchell. I think he's just a dramatist, he's a fake. I kind of give up on him. But for the country's sake,
he's an actor.
For the country's sake, I'm begging Lennox Andrew and Dennis Connell.
The elders.
These are the two men you could get some substance from and see if there is hope for the National Democratic Congress. Because we don't want them deteriorate too much. They're going to bring this, they're going to decoct this country. Yeah. We don't want them deteriorate too much. You know? So I pray that the journalists that the NDC like, the writers, the doctor, and the photogenic one, try to address whole discussion with Lennox Andrew and Dennis Connell. Because it's important for us that this country don't go into free fall.
What, Mr. Pierre, the latest information out there to suggest that they're looking for placement for Mr. Connell. So that means they don't intend taking no
word from him.
From him. But I just want to
and the young lady
say something here, Mr. Pierre.
Looking fast.
And you touch on it, but I just want to go a little deeper. The Imani program, in my view, tell me in the Caribbean region where there is a better program than the Imani program in the last 100 years.
Well, I have been advocating that Jamaica is an important country to me because Caribbean people like Jamaican language. Even Grenadian Calypso. Yeah. Once it's successful, they turn Jamaican.
Calypso on radio.
Grenadian. Yeah. It is optional and obscene. But I know the fascination with the Jamaican language. Ras, man. You know, kind of stuff. Yeah, yeah. So I always concerned about what's going on in Jamaica. And I beg Andrew, the individual, the Prime Minister in Jamaica, to
Andrew
Holness. You have to have an Imani program about 20,000 people, and you must build about 15,000 toilets in downtown Kingston.
We'll take
a break.
All right. 33 minutes past 8 o'clock, folks. Stay tuned.
Broadcasting from the historic Parish Main Tez or home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty High George shop conveniently for all your materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, inset screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices. Or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Central Point. Yes, Central Point it is. We have available for all your conveniences, newborn diapers, hiccup items, and gas for your soft and alcoholic. If you're in a pinch and need a taxi, that is available also. Contact Bobande at 458-9745, 456-0550, Silverly, or 442-9307. And don't forget, this is where you get enrolled in the university under the cashew tree at Plains in St. Patrick's.
Look out for the grand opening of Zizi's Minimat located at Montrose in St. Patrick for all your grocery and household items and a wide range of laundry detergents. Stay tuned to this station for our grand opening date.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going we ordered an X-Con and installed a new driver with 33 passengers from the party. Fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
To the men and women of the Royal Grenadian Police Force who put their lives at risk, we know that since 1994, that is 22 years ago, no adjustment to your pay and salary scale. And I therefore assure you that the National Democratic Congress will address that issue.
Yes, Igwe.
As one of the callers pointed out 28 years ago.
28.
He make a little error there. But I want you to know the other clip with him, I want you to play it because there's something on this somewhere to go with that. With him.
Preservation and expanded.
The next one?
With the Prime Minister with a lot of money. I like that clip.
Here's the excuse that will be made. The excuse that will be made is it's a lot of money. Well, Grenadians deserve a lot of money.
It's a PM, the people in seat deserve the money. Don't make excuse, because all what you're doing so far about the seed removal of the 150, Mr. P, is excuse. No logical reason, because you, Mr. PM, in your New Year's address say, the cost of living get worse. And if the reason for the money was to cushion the effects of cost of living, why I take it out. But let's go with the seed, Mr. P. I just want to bring a simple, because simple things we do here, simple. There's over 3,000 persons who is receiving seed benefit. 3,000 is a ballpark figure, there's more, but we're starting at that. And 150, if you multiply 3,000 by 150, Mr. P, that is $450,000 that the Prime Minister and the NDC remove from disposable income within the economy, Mr. P. So when you hear some shopkeepers saying men are owe them hiding, them the wantonly hiding you, because this thing affecting everybody, Mr. P, not only the recipients. Small shop. That is why anytime the Congress come in, small business just suffer. A lot of shop go close and so on. Because a lot of these people will depend on when this money come. Small how it is. But for the Prime Minister, it's small money, but for who receiving it is money they would already budgeted for and set. So they make do with it. And that is the crux of the matter, Mr. Pay. It's not this thing about if it was budgeted for or who remove it or whole thing. The effect you have the people by no that what is vulgar, Mr. Pay. You found a way what was when it was not budget. So to speak out not budget is a non-starter, as you say. That is a no argument. Because $2,000 for ministers for traveling, as you say, was not budgeted for. But you found a way to get it. To take it from the people who need it. And Mr. Perry, despite all what we say, or what we say, the people that are receiving the seed benefit need it, Mr. Perry. It's not a want. It's a need. And then you spoke about the e-money program. Mr. Perry, in my view, that is one of the best programs instituted by any government in the region for a very, very long time. Yeah. In my time, before my time. Bar none. And I challenge anyone on any day to speak of it. But Mr. Perry, what is instructive to understand? The allocation go home. They was not budgeted many policy
One of the biggest challenges they have is unemployment. But because of technology, you don't need much workers to get rich. So while countries' economy is increasing, more people are unemployed. Even in Europe, you have a number of social packages. The National Democratic Congress sat down for the last 15 years or more, and they have not think how they're going to produce jobs. So when the government said, I go pay, you know, when you dance and they playing some rough music and then you're dancing and I go pay. And then the person you're dancing believe you go pay in truth. Everything they said they go pay.
Mr. P, they pay already?
They promised to pay.
No, they pay salaries for the month already?
No, they're going to get money to pay salary.
Okay.
The National Democratic Congress, when they panic, I'm going to tell you some of the things NDC does do when they panic. But they have money to pay income. The problem is in the next couple of months.
About 4 months down the road.
The problem is the next couple of months. And they still believe we're going to have to ask, we're hoping that the Prime Minister start to pay back the elderly the money by the end of the month. So we don't have to ask questions that we would prefer not to ask. Because you must give back the elderly people the money. You must. You could put your pot on the fire. You could ask who to pray for you. The old people must get back the money. That is a red line that we must not tolerate in Grenada. So you must give them back the money.
Even though they have to borrow it.
Well, we don't care where you get it. Because you say you go borrow, you go pay. And we will tell you how to get the money. It's not much money. So we will tell you what to do, what to dismantle, what attitude to take. And you could get back the money for the elderly, but you must give them back. There is no question about that. We stuck on the elderly money. When you give back the people the money, because we have a number of issues to speak about, that is not necessary politics.
So don't hold us back.
Don't hold us back, because we get stuck. You must give back the people the money. Throughout the whole Caribbean, I am willing to bet no other political party has taken advantage on the elderly and the challenge as the National Democratic Congress. No other political. I've never heard that. I've never heard in my life that a political party trying to pull out every trick in the book to trick the elderly. Because in 2008, men usually used to advertise that program. You know, dead. 14 years after, you admitted the previous government prepare a budget, is their budget. You prepare yours. You decide you're blaming the previous government for it. I'm certain that in this, if Kit Mitchell had the opportunity to present this budget, based upon the economic situation, he would have made it better for the elderly. Because that is the human being he is. And my brother, one of the challenges we have in Grenada, and to a certain extent, all of us are responsible. When we are seeing politicians, what we look for are the person we advocating to be a politician involved in community activities? Have they been agitating on behalf of the community? Have they ever been in a community group? What is the person's status with the family? Could this person carry a family? Do they run the first time the wife get angry with them? Are they able to maintain a family? Because family is easy to maintain, you know. If you cannot cope with your family, you think you will cope with government? Do they? What is the attitude to the members of the family? What part they play in their own community? Because you could say, I am a member of the Lions, a member of Rotary, but Ticola people can see you.
Yeah.
You don't go in Congo town. When poultry have a salaka, you wouldn't come in poultry because you don't identify with poultry people. Then we select these people and we make them politicians.
You steal from the poor and give to
So that is a challenge we have. They don't know the cry of the people. They have never visited the home of somebody living in a 14 by 14 or 12 by 12. And the grandmother is there. And the little children have to raise the grandmother to clean her because she don't even have pampers.
Yeah.
So when Dr. Kit Mitchell and the members of the NNP visit these kind of homes, they say, no, we have to have inside toilet.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And they say 10,000. By the time all the members of parliament say 1,000, 15 constituency, they say let's start with 10,000 toilet.
Yeah.
To put toilet, because the elderly in the house cannot walk outside to go in the toilet, and the little children have to clean them.
And I giving them a sense of dignity to Mr. P.
Of course. And compassion. As I've said before, a lot of the boys you see on the block behaving badly, they does not help the elderly, bring them in the homes to do charitable work. They go change. As soon as they see a man, they wipe in his bottom and they have to put pampers on him.
They're running.
And what used to be sex appease is now he water spout. They changing. We don't have to change. But the members of the EC don't have this experience. You could go and investigate all of them. They don't have this experience. It's a group of young political virgins that have very little experience in community activities. So they don't understand what it means for somebody who getting $150 to trust in the village shop. Because the village know that they're getting their seed money.
Yes.
They can't go in the supermarkets. Supermarket doesn't trust. The owner is not there. The workers don't have permission to trust.
Yep.
But in the village shop, they could call you in the night.
Yes, anyhow.
Mommy
Early morning.
Mommy, grandma said to get 2 pampers. What grandma say again? 2 pampers. Grandma don't get your money yet? No, she go get it. The National Democrat Congress don't have this level of compassion.
So when the Prime Minister say Grenadians deserve plenty money, didn't mean for the poor people. As you see, when they speak about people, we have to try to understand who they speaking for.
Yes, we have a call on the line.
Hello. Good morning, Mr.
Yes, my brother.
Here you go.
Good morning, Igwe. Good morning, Mr. Carl.
Yeah,
Mr. Carl and Igwe and Mr. P. You know, I see on the other wondering, I want to eat them, the senior citizens that are unable, and they have the pit outside. And the problem inside it. If that is one of the reasons the seat together among
they say if you have inside toilet and you have current, you're not qualified.
One of the take all the money from this from the take all the 450.
Caller,
I want to say something.
One of the requirements, if you have inside toilet and you have current, you're not qualified. So these 10,000 toilets that Kit Mitchell and the NNP built has disqualified in the eyes of the NDC the people who have toilet. They say some of them are TV.
And they are kids.
Even them old big time TV that hardly working, they say they have TV. So they say these people are not qualified. That is a challenge you have with the National Democratic Congress. Understanding of what is going on. Call them houses in Grenada that people living in. And if you ask who owned the house, it might be a son in America that 20 years they don't hear from him.
Yeah.
Who paying the bill from the current bill? It might be the neighbor that paying the current bill. Because the woman have a daughter helping him. So when they come to see the house, they don't realize that the person in the house is not the one contributing to some of the facilities in the home. Yes, caller, welcome.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, caller, welcome.
And Igwe.
Morning.
Yes, very good program. And I want to argue that we have to speak out on behalf of our senior people, poor people. You know, the people that have been affected, the removal of the 150. And and we as a people and defend these people. We cannot defend themselves. And I want to say, you know, as you always say, Mr. P, two prime ministers that really care for the lower strata people in the society is Sir Eric Matugeri and Dr. Kit Mitchell. And I want to say, as we celebrating our independence, yes, let Sir Eric Gary, the father of independence, and all the persons in the 80s and so in the twilight of their life who have walked to build this country to where we are today, yes, as we celebrating the independence. I'm calling on the NDC to put back the 150 on the money that they taken out from them. Is needed, and we all have to, all people off they are doing the time. So let us rally, and if they want to go back in office, do the honorable thing. But as for now, I see them in political suicide. So please put back the money, the 150. Thank you.
Sometimes they don't have it to put back.
Yes, caller. The ability to pay is relative. Government always have money.
Always have money.
Is what you do, what you pay. So take, for instance, you have a home and you have economic challenges. One of the things you could do is to cancel your son going in national college. You say, boy, you intelligent in truth, but you can't go in national college because daddy don't have no money. One of the things you could do, yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, my brother, welcome.
All the gentlemen. Now, I heard some news and I want to get a basic idea of what you all heard about them, or if what I hear is true.
You have to put your voice a little louder.
Okay, one, Mr. Ron Redhead, who is the Minister of Sports, seems to be on a leave of his own. Seems that of a report that a news reporter gave to him, whereas Mr. Redhead is asking people to apply directly to him for the job. That's one. Two, it is said that Grenada has lost some of the funding for the Western Main Road, and the Prime Minister is saying that he is not sure, but he understands, I believe that we have lost some of the funds, so he's not certain, and they're having consultation though to know money, because they're not sure of some of the funding that was given to from the English government. And if you all heard it, also Miss Delmer said that the government did not, the NMP vote for the elderly 150 this time. Whether that could be true or it is true, let us say that. But Ms. Delmer is said to be partnering now with the present person who is responsible for social services. Wouldn't it be better that Ms. Delma, in the partnering, raise that to her, seeing that I think he's king out of.
Hello. All right, let me, first of all, the present Prime Minister, the union categorized his statements made by him as manifestly certified false. So, sometimes when the Prime Minister speaks and you get information otherwise, it doesn't be the same thing. Because when he spoke, you look at him, he spoke about plane, then he come back and say it can't happen. And if Minister Redhead, well, the union said that he makes statements certified, manifestly certified false, I mean lie. So we don't know if he don't know. He might just saying that.
Lie.
We don't know if he don't know, because you see a lot of things when you add it up, it's not everything. So we don't know if that one is true. But however, if that one is true, he needs to have a conversation with Minister Redhead.
He said because he did say that he will.
The second one, you talk about the negotiation and so on. I always maintain, and I see that on the radio here, if it's sugar and flour you know about and taking out goods only put in the night, you can't go negotiate for project. That won't happen. You won't get you. And you talk about the budget. A budget is for 1 year, Clifford. Whose budget, the allocations was less for seed? Was it the NNP budget or the NDC budget? That's the question. And a budget, remember, you could only budget for 1 year. So NNP lose election, they can't budget for an NDC. NDC budget is the one that had less money in the seed program, $8 million. Facts.
So if Miss Delma Thomas is in coalition with her, with the new minister now, shouldn't she advise her?
Delma said that they didn't budget for 2023, the 2024. That is true.
Yeah.
The NNP was not in power. The NNP budgeted $150 to be added in 2022. If NNP was budgeting now, they might have added $50 on it. So Delma was correct. The NNP budget for that year. The NDC cut the budget.
I'm not saying that Ms. Delma is not correct. You know. I'm asking, shouldn't Ms. Delma know that she's coordinating with...
Is she coordinating or collaborating? Is she partnering and working with?
She's partnering.
Well, yes.
So if they are partners, and they're looking at based on what she said, they are looking at the same issues.
You may have
because she was the last Minister of Social Affairs.
You see, what Delma say might be correct is how you interpret it. She said the government budgeted for 2022.
And I'm not doubting that.
They did not, the government was not in power to budget, so the NDC didn't budget. So what she said, perhaps, was correct.
And I didn't say that she's not correct. I'm saying she and the present minister is working in co. Two of them is working in co based on what we understand.
You may not ask her.
I'm asking why she didn't give her that advice.
But maybe she not taking it. She had hard, you know. Yeah. She had hard.
I don't hear that.
I'm telling you, she had hard.
Or maybe because maybe she took the advice initially and somebody else took it. Because in her budget presentation she said they go, so maybe that when she take the advice.
So maybe she takes the advice.
Once she might go back, they might say, what stupid you going to do it? We taking all that.
Yeah.
So somebody tamfooling somebody around.
But tamfooling, remember.
That's how it is.
But Mr. Bridgeman, remember, these two individuals grow up together, have a good working relationship. Delma might have advised her. That is why she say we're going to continue. And then we cut all this. So then she had to go back and try to placate and see how she could make it presentable. But a government budget for 1 year. So if the NDC, if the NNP was budgeting now, they might have increased the amount.
I'm with you there.
Yeah.
All right,
yes,
Clifford, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. I like Clifford this morning.
You see, that's important. It's important. because they could have misinterpreted what Delma said. If Delma said that the government didn't budget for 2023, that is a fact. The NNP wasn't there.
Yeah,
when they was there, they budget for that time.
Yeah.
Nobody know what they would have done. They could have by $50 more.
Yeah, could have make it 200.
And this is like
economic
Mitchell
situation.
and Gregory Bowen. Based upon the economic decision, the government could have increased it. The NDC come with a bitterness and anger, and they take $8 million in it. So Delma was perhaps correct, but it's the interpretation of what Delma said.
Mr. Pierre, I just want to touch on the project and so on. On the lack of institutions, arrogance, and inexperience, is a problem, is a recipe for disaster. And we're seeing that right now. Because you have persons in the know who understand those projects, even if they may not be singing on the same political hymn sheet with you. But if, as you say in unity and put Grenada first, why you don't contact them? And I'm saying it here. Why you didn't speak to Mr. Gregory Bowen as you relate to those things and them? To get a better appreciation to how it is. No, you know better than him. And when you lose it now, you're trying to blame the past administration. But if you drive in the vehicle, we know this driver cannot maneuver because why are you doing? But if you drive in the vehicle, you can say, well, Gregory Bowen and them what used to drive it before. It's you is the driver now. They give you 9 passengers in a new vehicle, drive it.
Yeah, man, run road.
Don't make excuse and watching in the review mirror. And every time somebody asks you something, you're talking about the past administration. Stop it. Because you promise even to fix seaweed. You that good. So nothing wrong shouldn't go on. Mr. Pierre, something I'm seeing. Because they used to beat up NNP. Go down. Get vexing.
The about the public service work. And let me give you an example. A permanent secretary of the term we describe a permanent secretary as an insulator between the politician and the workers. The politician cannot give junior workers instruction. It have to pass through the permanent secretary. So let me give you an outrageous example. Let us suppose the prime minister is in China, and the prime minister discuss a project in China, and the Chinese want more information. The prime minister have to pick up the telephone while he in China and call the permanent secretary in Grenada to see if they could get more information for him. Because of time change, let us suppose it's 2 o'clock in the morning, the permanent secretary and lock up near she husband and she man. And she break up and pick up the telephone and she jump out from bed because it's the prime minister. That permanent secretary might pick up the telephone and call 2 technical officers to get that information for before 8 o'clock in the morning to send it back to China. Yes, let's take the break.
Yeah, let's take a break.
You get hot there, man.
Triple N. Informative. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices. Or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back. Locally, the Grenada Planned Parenthood Association
and Grenchamp are collaborating with the Ministry of Health to support integrated sexual and reproductive health, human immunodeficiency virus HIV, and gender-based violence clinics at community health facilities in the parishes of St. Mark, St. Patrick, St. John, and Carrick during 2023, with the funding from the Government of Canada. In the region, INTERTION continues to demand clarification in terms of reference for forensic investigator who has been retained to look into the Hewanora International Airport Development Project. We get more in this report.
Our Ministers Stephenson King and Richard Frederick, subjects of investigation of the resumed Robert Lindquist investigation. This question, says former Equity Minister Leonard Montour, needs to be answered by the Prime Minister. Questioned by the media prior to the January 17th Lower House sit-in, both the Infrastructure Minister and Housing Minister asserted that they were not subjects of the probe.
I'm not under investigation. Nobody has me under investigation, except if it's a witch hunt.
I had nothing to do with airport. I know nothing about airport. I'm never involved in the redevelopment of the Hewanora International Airport.
Prime Minister Philippe Pierre was also probed about the involvement of his cabinet ministers.
I do not know. I am not prejudging. It's a separation of powers. I'm not prejudging. I do not know. I'm not in court.
Montour, however, is certain of the two cabinet ministers being subjects of the initial investigation. He questions whether they are no longer subjects in the resumed probe because of their alignment with the current SLP administration.
Both gentlemen denied being involved in the investigation. What is more telling is that the Prime Minister who heads the cabinet, who made the decision to recommence the investigation, and let us not forget that when it was originally commissioned in 2012, he was part of that cabinet as well. When asked whether those two gentlemen who are members of his cabinet are subjects of the investigation, he responded by saying that he did not know. Now, that is very interesting, because my question is, how could you commission an investigation and you do not know who it is you're investigating? Is it that all of a sudden, while the original investigation that was commissioned in 2012, when Honorable Richard Frederick and Honorable Stephenson King were members of the United Workers' Party, were subjects of that investigation, is it a case now that they are members of the Labour Party administration from the investigation?
The former Minister Alan Shastny administration has also called for more details about the cost of the investigation. The Prime Minister has said that the forensic accountant has been re-engaged on a retainer.
When you say he's on retainer and you paid him $30,000, is it weekly? Is it monthly? Is it quarterly? Is it yearly? We need those details, because it is our money that is being used for yet another investigation, and as I've said before, we know the history of investigations in St. Lucia.
Montour asserts that the Prime Minister is in a position to give definitive answers about these queries.
Around the globe, U.S. President Joe Biden hosts a Lunar New Year reception at the White House, reiterating calls for a ban on assault weapons after California mass shooting. Here are the details.
It's wonderful to see so many friends in this special holiday, even as we gather with such heavy hearts. Our prayers are with of Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay, and after yet another spree of gun violence in America. Jill and I are honored to welcome you to the first Lunar New Year reception of this scale held in the White House, your home. This is your home. No, this is the people's house, for real. Look, folks, it's real simple. Silence is complicity. Silence is complicity. We cannot be silent. I will not be. And one more thing, we're going to ban assault weapons again. And if I did it once as a senator, we're going to do it again. And let me close with this. The Lunar New Year ends with the hanging of those red lanterns to symbolize letting go of the past and commit to new beginnings. Well, I mean this sincerely. You've heard me say it many times. I've never been more optimistic in my life about the future of this country and the ability to unify this country. I really mean it.
And in sports, 9-time champion Novak Djokovic steamrolled another opponent as he beat Tommy Paul to set up an Australian Open final against Stefanos. This ends the news. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. Broadcasting from the historical Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street, Certez, in the Quasi. Dr. Guerrero, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal of uterine fibroids, and vaginal warts. Hernias, C-section. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic DNC, abnormal bleeding. They're in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Dr. Santos, an oncologist who specializes in cancer treatment, a general practitioner, family doctor, will be joining Dr. Guerra in the not-too-distant future. Walk-ins are accepted. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352. That number again, 423-3352. Put your health first.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, with the credit union of financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial assets. Serving you with branches on Julie Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandance sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on Island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
On Saturday, February 4th, Itel City Sports presents the official kickoff of Football Under the Lights. Football Under the Lights, Roselle Plainfield St. Patrick, and Football Under the Lights is in its third consecutive year. 2 times defending champions Paradise FC is ready to defend. It's ball from the 4th of February to the 29th of April. 1 game will be played nightly on weekdays and 2 games on weekends. Over $19,000 up for grabs in cash and prizes. 2 competitions, senior and under 17. Registration fee $400. Under 17 free and ends on February 10th. The live Plainfield, St. Auto Vend, call 538-7509 or 406-9580.
Hey now, listen to this and listen carefully. ALOT Certez is the best little seafood restaurant on this lovely island. Bacon, shark, steamed fish, fish and chips, and the daily catch, whatever that may be, we have it for you. To complement this, you can have the most tasty sorrel, golden apple, ginger, and passion fruit drinks, all locally made, just as you know it to taste. As you visit our restaurant, take some time to browse through our super convenience store, where you will find an item which has not been seen for so long. We offer you the best prices on t-shirts and unisex vests, casual and dress shirts, and the widest range of body oils. For whatever the occasion, find fragrance, be it male or female. For you and only you, we have a wide variety of headphones and chargers. So here's what: visit for the food, the bar, or the store, and stay for the others, because you never know what surprise is in store for you. We're open from 9 to 9 Monday to Saturday. Sunset Restaurant.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Bye.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and the country going to pieces. Let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car break down, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car, new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with my wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize this. The cannot drive.
As far as I'm concerned, by October, November, we don't have an arrangement where us as leaders in the OECS are prepared to do that. Then it means that Grenada has to go and lease 2 planes so that we can fly between Grenada and Barbados, Grenada and Trinidad. We will have to do so.
5 months later.
But it requires cooperation from all the region, because you can't just fly between Grenada and Carriacou. You have to fly Barbados, St. Vincent, so you need all of the islands to take part. You need all of the islands to be prepared to give the airline operator the rights to fly into their country. And if you don't have those things in place, air travel isn't going to come now. But it requires regional cooperation. It's not something that an individual island can do alone. Even if we bought a plane, we need the rights to travel into other islands, right? And we don't have enough traffic. We don't have enough traffic to maintain a commercial airline that just carries people.
Yes, certain things a man must say, and yes, certain things you don't say at all.
What is the truth? Even I knew that. Let me say a special happy birthday going out to Squeezer. It's coming from your lovely daughter. She wished that you have a good day today. All right, we're moving on, folks.
That's when you put your foot in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And some things you yes, caller, welcome.
We lost
the caller. Caller, just call back, because we take calls on this program. That's when you put your foot in your mouth.
Hello?
And
good morning.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Mr. Pierre,
yes.
I just called to ask you a favor. Since we are partner, I need you to find out what taking place within the transfer police.
Caller.
Yeah.
Caller, I take strong objection to country and tongue story.
Eh?
I take strong objection when I hear a man talking about country and tongue and St. Andrews and St. Patrick's. No. A small country like ours.
You don't mean up to you,
yes, I understand.
Because you know you have a household name in the parish. So
yes.
To become a parishioner.
Yeah.
And the next thing, sir. Yesterday I heard on the news that Dr. Mitchell and NNP presented credentials to the commission. But members of the NDC asking for extension. And they don't call in anybody. Could have called all NNP personnel what would have gone presented, but they don't call the NDC personnel who are asking for extension.
Well, perhaps it shows some maturity in NNP to be a little tolerant with this group of juveniles. Because let's face it, we will be back in back. That group of virgin that want to eat, and they're going to make a lot of blunders. You know? The St. Patrick's health system is amazing. And I have always said, I don't want to bash the health system. Our health system in Grenada is much better than we claiming it to be. What the health system is confidence. We have politicized the health system so much that it lacks confidence. It has improved immensely over the years. So what we want to do is to better efficient management of the health system. And if you had an initiative where you decide to provide more hours in St. Patrick's, we should not cut it off.
I have a comment here for you from somebody. I wonder if NDC have a heart. NDC removed government assistance from an elderly lady, and the reason for that was she has 2 children in America. NDC don't know if the children in America are doing good. Sometimes we need to send money for their relatives, and it's nice. We have a call. We lost it. Go ahead.
Yes, that is one of the challenges you deal with, the people who they have lost their touch for sensitivity. And that's why I always like, you see, I have a great admiration for a lot of the women who was in politics. Yolan Bain Hasford, Delma, Emmeline Pear, the sister in Victoria, the Skeeter. These people, they are family-oriented people. They have boys. They have a husband. So they tend to have a more well-balanced approach towards life than an individual who see them as a liberal. You don't know where they're going up or they're going down. You don't know what they stand for. You don't know what is their position on sexuality. They tend to be very unpredictable and erratic. We have to remember that Christianity is getting softer and softer in society, and the secular world seems to be dominating. So the attitude of politicians to the elderly may be seriously affected, and it creeps in the society unnoticed. So because you have a more pure NDC, where they dilute the significance of the moderates in NDC, you're likely to see greater insensitivity towards people. But I think the public need to understand something about the public service. We have to treat our public officers like professionals. There will be imperfections. And people must understand the role of the permanent secretary. Every now and then you go have a rogue permanent secretary. But the permanent secretary role, after time you say the permanent secretary is a politician, because you see a close working relationship with the minister. That is the role of the officers. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, scholar, welcome.
Morning. I really made before the independence celebration. Could you enlighten me, please?
New government come. They meet a highly motivated and highly productive. Question. You saw the result. They met a treasury that was fat. We have a group of officers that people doesn't hear about at all. That is government pharmacists. This is another group of hard-working officers. They meet the police force in Grenada, had a good working irrespective of the challenges that they have. Because of the state of crime in the country, the police force in Grenada was really recognized and respected in the Caribbean. So there is absolutely no need for an immature government who is very weak on institutional strength to unravel
and knowledge,
to unravel the performance of the government. And that's one of the mistakes that the NDC is making. But let me give you an example. In a previous government, we had an attorney general that came in. The first thing he did was to practically insult and be very dismissive of the people in legal affairs. In a short space of time, he used the wrong letterhead.
and then they just watch him do stupid.
I'm sorted to make them type it for him. And they just watch him. They just watch him and they leave him so. And the prime minister had to throw him out. Now the government could go into the Ministry of Finance with a level of arrogance and political vindictiveness and target individuals who would be there, but they will never offer such. And the government is going to make blunder of grandiose proportion. They're going to lose project. They're going to send wrong people to represent them. They're going to sideline the officers that normally join the minister in negotiation. They're going to bring others who don't know whether it's Good Friday or Ash Wednesday.
They will bring who they think is a friend.
And they're going to model a lot of things in this country.
But as usual, they go blame NNP when he fall down.
Well, they have to blame somebody. Because if you have public officers who are involved in a particular area, they might be more knowledgeable than the minister. And when you remove them, and you have a minister that's, I go pay. And then you send another individual that don't have a clue about what they're speaking about.
Only know what
you're going to lose projects.
Only know what sugar and flour and pulling all goods on the port.
You're going to lose projects. You're going to look.
Yeah, but you know. But the RGPF. Now, I'm seeing something going on in the RGPF. When we had Ivan, and the British came down here and they wrote their findings, they advocated that 3 persons within the RGPF, 2 I think has transitioned to the grade B, and they say these 3 people and them shouldn't hold no public office, but we see one still parading in public office. And then Superintendent Varney Cohen is a guy who they had 2 active investigating about, because that was made known. One to do with the voice note gate, and there was some going into it. But we yet to get the findings of these reports or investigation, or as it don't know if he has been responsible. But we hearing, just like how the caller say, in terms of persons being elevated, his name is coming up. So I think they need to clear the air. To have confidence in the RGPF, Mr. P, you have to know that them people and them scruples is not worse than ours. Because we want to have confidence in the RGPF. We want to believe that the RGPF are the best in, and we don't want to think, okay, because of politics a man get a position. That's bad. And in connection, and so that's good direct to the relationship with Mr. Varney Cohen. We want to know what he defined. If he was exonerated, the people need to know, okay, there was an investigation into that and the man come out clean. Because we know firearm business is a serious business, and we hear in the news lately about illegal firearms and firearms coming, firearms falling out from box, all kind of thing. So the firearm issue is a different one, and you can't have the police who's supposed to deal with that being questionable about firearms himself. Let's take the call.
Hello.
Amen.
Yes, the commissioner of police told us that the matter with Mr. Cohen was have tried in-house.
But what was the findings?
Well, he didn't say the findings. Try in-house. That's the police try themselves. And that's something I'm totally against. Police trying themselves. There should be a civil committee or organization set up for that. So we didn't hear the findings. And there are a lot of things that we don't hear the findings now.
But if you try in-house, you won't hear the findings. That means they try it in-house and they settle it in-house. Yeah, and you don't have a civic group to deal with it.
Right, and if it's so bad, how you could try it in-house?
Well, maybe when they try, they don't find it bad. The bad is relative, depends on the political perspective.
Well, that's the reality. Different stroke for different folks.
They say all men are equal, some are equal than the others.
Yeah, that is one of the things that I'm frightened about.
Yeah.
Different strokes for different folks. All men are equal. Some are more equal than others.
Yeah.
Mr. Deacon said they want to make everybody, nobody will be poor. They don't want no poor people again. I wonder which country that.
But you have to always ask who they're speaking to, because they use words like restorative justice,
yeah, but
sanitize, really good people. So you have to ask.
When he said that he was speaking to the nation.
Well, you could be speaking to the nation, but who you speaking to? You know? Sometimes when they make it selective, you have to be very careful. More and more, we have to ask National Democratic Congress.
Animal farm.
Who are they referring to?
Yeah.
Because their attitude to the elderly shows gross contempt and disrespect.
Yeah, but after he said that in his New Year's message, he said things will get harder.
Ban your belly.
Huh?
Ban your belly.
Yeah, so I don't know if he mean that they take off the word poor again.
But did he take into, when he said things hard, was he considering the ordinary? Or you think hard for them?
I guess how much of the New Year message was for everybody.
Okay.
You.
So
Yes.
He got considered.
Perplex use, and he say he and the other ministers didn't say the perplexing.
But he's speaking for everybody.
Sometimes they knew that was discussed, but the ministers put it. Yeah. You see, that's another issue you have to read between them, because they prepare now that they are not certain. Just as when Sister Gloria said, we will continue with the process, and in less than a month she said, well, we can't make it again. Think bad.
And just as how the Prime Minister say he'll be open to everybody.
And now he's hiding from the press.
But no, we can't tell who is the 3% that have not want to declare the asset.
In the integrity.
In addition to that, he say he's going to lease or buy plane.
Yeah.
And now he just found out you have to have license, insurance, and permission. If you buy a bike, you have to have license. You understand me? A big Prime Minister don't know. You can just
and a bright one at that.
And a bright man. So you see, there's so much issues, so much inconsistencies that he should have known. Unless he believed that the ordinary Grenadians who do not have this level of qualification kind of dumb.
All right, Clifford, thanks.
Yeah.
So that why Clifford, when he speaks, you have to wonder if what he's saying is true. Can you say too much thing without adding up, Mr. Pierre? Like he just go out there and say things and I say what? But I know that people timeline, and if they don't get the plane, or these two planes, and then you just come back now and speaking somebody else to attack all the
Prime Ministers are just winning election back. He was really upsetting.
Yes.
You know, he doesn't
mean see what.
One of the problems is the mouth.
Yeah.
I understand he exploded. When Grenada didn't say go buy two plane, he go lease a buy two plane.
Get sick.
Understand the Prime Minister kick up him. So that's one of the challenges. He has been providing some embarrassment from Grenada out of the region. I mean, people trying to remake him or defend him. So you see, they have him steering boat and practicing to see if he could steer the country.
No, that just PR.
Well, yeah, they're trying to make it.
As I'm concerned, by October, November, we don't have an arrangement where us as leaders in the OECS are prepared to do that. Then it means that Grenada has to go and lease two planes so that we can fly between Grenada and Barbados, Grenada and Trinidad. We will have to do so.
5 months later.
But it requires cooperation from all the region. Because you can't just fly between Grenada and Carriacou.
You know.
So you need all of the islands to take. You need all of the islands to be prepared to give the airline operator the rights to fly into the country. And if you don't have those things in place, air travel isn't going to come now. But it requires regional cooperation. It's not something that an individual island can do alone. Even if we bought a plane, we need the rights to travel into the islands, right? And we don't have enough traffic. 100,000 people, we simply don't have enough traffic to maintain a commercial airline that just carries people.
Yes, certain things a man must say, and yes, certain things you don't say at all.
Real talk. Demo, I don't like your driver.
Put his foot in his mouth.
I don't like that driver at all. I don't feel in that driver. Come on, even I know you need permission to rent or buy a plane.
Everybody in Grenada.
Everybody know that.
But he just found out the population of Grenada what it is.
He just found out 110,000.
Boy, I mean he win vote.
Yeah.
You don't know? He man win vote, you go. The man must know the population number.
When the month end and start to ask some questions, if they don't put back the $150, I'll find out who now have the contract for the scores of people you find in the fishing sector. You know, who work in 7 years. Women.
Man, embarrassing.
And it seems as though you have an attack on the women. You know. I don't know if it's because
single women.
I'm not bothering much about men. Because when a boat is in distress, you save the children and women.
Force.
But it seems as though Deacon's attack from Karakou is the women. 6, 7 years, 17 years. It seems as though he's really attacking the women.
So you like, man?
Why are you punishing them? I don't think it is necessary. You know, why are you singling them out?
Yeah.
Somebody working 7 years with government.
Somebody just sent a message where they say, Google the present Prime Minister middle name and see what is the meaning. I don't know what that means. Why the middle name?
I don't know.
I don't know.
So we'll have to Google. Yeah, but that's one of the challenge we have. And we always have to remember in Grenada, one of the biggest challenges we have in Grenada is unemployment. And anytime government come in power, they're supposed to be spending time telling you how we will make big jobs.
Your middle name is Amis.
How we will make big jobs. Amis?
Amis.
How could the government create? And this is the key. And they are firing people. They are dismantling jobs that they don't have the ability to create. None of the people they are firing was there to say NDC employed them when they were there. So if the NDC came in power with ideas, they could have practicalized these ideas into jobs and employ NDC. And nobody would have been upset. But if you find people 7 years, the government set the template. What the government has done there, I don't know, I've not heard the trade unions speak about it. The government has dismantled decades of precedents. Quite a lot in understanding. These things may so go against it now. Yes, caller, welcome.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Yes, caller, welcome.
How are you doing?
Great, man.
Very good. How many, like, you know, we're talking airlines and everything, right? My question is this. How much LF you have between Karakou and Grenada? How many people you actually attract between Grenada and Karakou?
Karakou over 10,000 people?
No. How many LF you have between Karakou and Grenada per day?
Maybe 2 or 3. I don't think it's much.
Yeah, about that.
2 or 3.
Sometimes every 2 days or every 3 days.
Could be subject to correction here. Statement regarding inter-Caribbean flying from Grenada to Karakou. Now, with all due respect, you know, you're flying a plane from one destination to another. So, and again, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, please. Yeah. But the thing is this, that before you even think about it, you have to, you have to pay for when you is in the that whether okay. So we know exactly what you're doing. You understand? So all the things have to be calculated. Now you can fly with 2 people from here to there. I mean, you're not paying the cost. That is not covering your cost. Are you guys there?
Yes, caller. Yes, caller. We're listening.
So, from all ends, before we jump to conclusion about airspace and everything, fine, that's good. But you suppose that's why you see most of the airlines are failing in the Caribbean. Yeah? Yeah. It's failing because we have, from travel from Grenada to Barbados, about $1,200, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have been saying this a long time, and many occasions is that we need to have something what you call a Caribbean tourism, encouragement among the Caribbean islands that right now we know 2 airlines are completely dead. There's only one airline, Caribbean Airlines, I think is more efficient of doing the job. Yeah, anybody who invests in the other 2 is you're investing in complete nonsense. Yeah? And I think Dr. Mitchell has totally cleared that. Yeah? So we have to know how to empower one airline, and what you do after that is that make sure every Caribbean island treats airline as their home airline. Because if we, as a nation, flying out from other bigger nations into our country could pay those airlines for empty seats, then we should accommodate our own as well to be profitable. Yeah? You understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, scholar, and you completely...
So we have to empower our people. We have to create that movement among the Caribbean within our... At the end of the day, Caribbean people is one people. Yeah? One family, because I sure you have roots in Barbados and Trinidad, Grenada, and Trinidad is like one another home, home to home. I could tell you for that, There's a lot of Grenadians in Trinidad, and Trinidad you have Grenadians in here, So we need to create the initiative, but we can't just talk about it. We have to make it happen. So the whole thing, you could bring in 10 airlines, as long as you don't reduce the cost effect of it, we will not be successful. So this thing carefully. So, before anybody make any statement regarding anything, we have to, as Dr. Mitchell was saying, we don't have to talk too much. Yeah, many of us do talk a lot. Yeah? You have to be careful of what you say and who is around you. Because I may have a good intention of saying something, but your interpretation of my words may be the other way around. You guys are older than I am. I'm like a grandfather to me based on his age. And you can correct me anytime. Yeah? Because he experiences more than I am. Yeah? I have the intelligence, but not the experience. Not so, Mr. Pierre?
Yes, scholar, you're quite right in terms of the airline in the Caribbean.
I want correction because that is how I learn.
Yeah.
I'm not a professional in anything.
Yeah.
But listening to the bigger people with experience and knowledge and everything, that is how you gain knowledge. Not because you are, you didn't went to a secondary school or whatever, but you could learn. You could, is how you put yourself to learn. How you put yourself to learn. So people have he has given us like put a head there, and we have to learn to think on our own and make decisions on our own. So that's the whole aspect of it. We have to independently think on our own and try to understand. A lot of people fall for those, because it's so and so. Yeah, no. We need to be independent. We have to stand up on our own 2 feet. Yeah? God bless us with that, and we have to understand. I encourage everybody to speak and make our people understand, not, the in-depth, like how you guys would speak to people. We're not here to draw any lines about any, because at the end of the day, we all live on the same rock called Grenada. My cry is that every Grenadian is supposed to understand life and think to be a better person tomorrow than we have been today. Yeah?
Yes, scholar, thank you very much. And
have a blessed day.
Couldn't have said it better. We have to, it is so sad and unfortunate when somebody of the caliber of a prime minister in the Caribbean could make such a silly, outrageous statement. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Yes, me again.
Yes, scholar.
I just want to say that I'm sharing my opinion. I don't know what you think about it. Talking about the peace and the stability. Any country, your police force. So, play on your safety nets, the increasing of your safety nets, not reducing it, and you're holding jobs, as you talk about the Imani, the holding job, as you talk, Mr. Pierre, and other opportunities created to create jobs, that will definitely reduce the crime and prevention of crime and having a peaceful nation. I hope that, I don't know what you take on that, but I believe the safety nets, not reducing it, assist in working with the police to provide peace and stability in our country. Thank you.
Color, you could not have said it better. That's why I say I don't understand. I mean, I'm troubled. I'm worried of Grenada dismantling the social programs. We have to take a break at this time.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic, they make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it, and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
M&M Hardware Limited, St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George, conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Look out for the grand opening of Zizzi's located at Montrose in Patrick for all your grocery and household items, stationeries, and a wide range of laundry detergents. Stay tuned to this station for our grand opening date.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi. Yeah. With posh new fittings, this taxi car arrives. Then it start to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
I'm looking at my notes here this morning in preparation for this. And one of the things that was pointed out to us is that Miss Kojo is sick and she's in the hospital. And she fell ill because so many workers in her unit were being terminated, were being moved, wrongfully moved. You're removing someone who is doing some work in the office to send them into the field. And again, our labor code speaks about that. That person subsequently passed. But at the time of her passing, by the time of Miss Kojo's passing, out of the 10 workers who were in a department with her for many, many years, over 10 years, 8 of them had been sent home. And that's one unit. And so did you have a difficulty with performance? Did you have a difficulty with the work that the workers were doing? Are they not capable? Are they not qualified? And if we look back at this statement on Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, then the political leader of the NDC, on the campaign trail, promising repeatedly one Imani worker would lose their job, that his government, when he gets into office, folks have no need for anxiety and for unease. And our union has brought this matter officially to this administration. And the Prime Minister do that. Do that. Meeting, saying that workers do not feel any anxiety and do not feel any unease, and it's just the union leaders saying that. But I want to say to this administration, perhaps you do not know what it is to lose your job of $1,200 a month that you've been slaving for 18 years, for 20 years, or you do not know what it is to rely on just a salary of $1,500 a month at the age of 55, although you are qualified. And so perhaps you cannot relate to that sort of anxiety. But workers across this country is feeling unease, they are stressed, they are afraid, because everyone is wondering who is going to be next. You're hearing reports across the country that workers, contract workers, workers whose letters have expired, Imani workers are receiving forceful and immediate termination letters with no warning at all. And no reason is given as to why these workers are being sent home. You hear of persons being sent on forced vacation leave. So you may have 90 days inside. It's that you've applied for it. You're forced to take your leave. And then you return to work on the day after your leave is over. And you are handed a termination letter. Why would an administration want to do this? Why would government want to carry out its policy towards workers like this? If you send a person home on 90 days vacation leave, why are you then asking that person to dress themselves, to spend a bus fare, to perhaps find some lunch and travel to St. George's just so that you can hand them a termination letter? That's vengeful. That's mischief. And that should not be happening at all. We are signed on internationally that speaks against it. I'm looking at my notes here this morning in preparation for...
That's the...
And what I want at them, yeah, let me go.
And I'm aware of some of the issues that we faced in the end time, that he should shoulder some of the blame, because it was him along with one or two other young people, even the candidate for Karakou, that helped constantly fuel the infighting, because when we would take a decision that we were going in a certain direction, that some of these young people decided that no, they're going to go in their own direction. And it became worse last year when they started this Youth for Change with Mr. Jones and his program. And I remember the party decided that we needed to counteract it, because supporters and members was reaching out and they started to get concerned. They thought that, listen, it wasn't looking good for the party. It looked like we were having infighting again. Here it is that the young people are having their own meetings, and here it is that the NDC was not saying anything. And so we decided that we would have our own meetings. And we asked them to show up on the platform. And on all occasions, I think Tevin came down once, to the best of my knowledge. But Mr. Redhead decided that no, we all, and that he didn't want to associate himself with that. I'm a part of a team. But when we come out to the public, at least we should show a united front. I believe that the best way, at least it would help the organization.
You see, one of the biggest challenges we have in Grenada, and I think one of the biggest challenges we have, and I think the public need to understand that the public service have to be a professional service. It doesn't mean that you won't have problems. It doesn't mean they're not perfect. But if that they are perfect. But if when a government comes in, you just blanketly believe that because John Galt have a brother inside finance and is Galt, he's an enemy of yours. Sometimes John and his brother not even on good terms. Sometimes the politics is different. Sometimes John Galt don't know what is his brother Adrian Galt and politics.
No, he don't.
And that's one of the challenges that the politicians have. So if you go in the public service, people have been there 10, 15 years under a previous government, and you only could see politics, you're going to have serious drop in productivity. And the government attitude and the government setting up the MIT for political mischief is going to seriously undermine the whole working relationship in the public service to the disadvantage of the National Democratic Congress.
But what is the plus politically for this behavior, Mr. Pierre?
Absolutely no plus, except people are misguided, bitter, hateful, and out for vengeance. People don't understand. You may have somebody working with you, and the politics might be different, but you and that person going and eating same table and coming in your house all the time. Sometimes the individual that you might have in the public service, that have somebody might chastise him publicly, you might shock to see that person driving the same permanent secretary car. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good, Mr.
Yes.
That last tip that was played, the first time I hear. Right?
Well, you don't. A lot of things going on. You don't know, my brother.
That tape they have me wondering.
This thing they gone long. You know?
Yeah, was first time I heard.
Okay.
The words that gentleman said, it remind me of what Mr. Tillman said when the party had problem, and they say we eating well, and we drinking well, and we having Friday and Friday.
But you didn't hear what Nazim say almost similar to that?
I can't remember at this point.
All right. Okay.
But this is a dangerous piece of statement.
Well, it's not dangerous, it's the truth.
Because from what the gentleman said,
that is the truth, it's not dangerous.
It's a kind of compromise, the strike. You know. It's like, okay, you want somebody and talking, but all you decide to talk back for a reason. But it's not that all you have a solution to the thing, you know.
No, the National Democratic Congress never had solution.
No,
they never have a plan.
No, I'm telling you, I'm surprised to hear that last tape that day. I don't know the gentleman's
You shouldn't
voice.
be surprised.
I don't know the gentleman's voice.
No, you don't know his voice.
But I'm telling you, if we take things to consideration, it's a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
Right? And with the way that Mr. Redhead is getting on now, where the Prime Minister have to investigate.
But that doesn't mean Mr. Redhead wrong, you know. No. Because remember.
No, I'm not talking about who's wrong. I'm saying the situation. I'm looking at it from a situation.
Yeah, but you're not hearing Mr. Redhead.
Huh?
You're not hearing Mr. Redhead's side of the story. And remember, in a press conference, the Prime Minister didn't even let him answer a question that was asked to him. So one have to be fair.
And something I hope we don't lose in that state, gentlemen. You hear he mentioned youth for change. redhead and was part of Youth for Change.
I'm not saying he's wrong. My thing is that there was a notice showed on the television where Mr. Redhead was telling people they need any job, they have to come to him.
But remember again, that is the Prime Minister said, you don't believe all what you see on Facebook. So right now, because it appeared on Facebook, we mustn't take it as the gospel. So we're going to wait for the Prime Minister to confirm that that is not fake. And I think it's unfair that we should. Because the Prime Minister said he didn't. So let us wait till he confirm that is the gospel.
If it will be confirmed.
Well, we're going to ask him.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
We go ask the journalist, I'm in Tobago to ask him.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Colin. Yes, you see, I think a lot of more discussion had to take place on the public service. Because we get the view that all public officers are politicians. I've been in the public service. There are individuals who discuss no issue on politics with you. None. Particularly individuals who work in the higher areas in government or in the Ministry of Finance.
Especially manager. But in that context, Mr. Pierre, what we are seeing now, it is important that this administration brings into play a code of conduct, Mr. Pierre.
You think they could do that?
Well, you see, you don't want every time a government change the same idea coming out, this one with Josie and this one that. If you have a code of conduct, because the public service is a special breed of people, and you don't want to put them under unnecessary pressure, but at the same time, they have constitutional rights to.
This is one of the reasons.
And any rules, even the public service rules, goes against the rights enshrined in the Constitution. It's a wrong thing, you know.
This is one of the reasons.
Because the Constitution says you have a freedom to associate with whoever, political, and even under the Labor Act, you should not make somebody go because of the political persuasion. So now you have to have something in place to say, okay, here's the line of demarcation. You get, so like, as you say, managers and so on in public service ought not to be politically live. But ordinary persons could exercise their political rights.
But that doesn't mean that if the government is going to set up a ministry to go and search for individuals who they perceive to be inclination. Some people never want.
And then even persons saying they're going in every function to see who.
To see who attend those functions.
But that is a violation of the Constitution, Mr. Pierre.
But I like to practicalize stories. That is why we need some of the people who claim to be level-headed in this country to tell the National Democratic Congress, don't do that.
The critical thinkers.
You're not correct around to do that. Take, for instance, my brother Willie, being in the public service, who considers himself as a strategic expert on public policy analysis. There's a lot of words. Expecting to be guiding and radicalized and doing as if that is the last intellectual training for San Fernando to get to counsel. Yes, Carla. Well, no, let's take a break.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, everywhere on the hour.
This is the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Details when I return.
M&M Hardware Limited, Home Center and George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 8 3 p.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices. Or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&N Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back. Locally, the Office of the Integrity Commission received declaration of assets, income and liabilities from opposition leader Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell and 8 other members of Parliament on Thursday, 26th January 2023. In the region, in the Bahamas, IDB Disaster Risk Management Symposium. Here's more.
This evening, the government's continuing to channel resources in the areas of climate change and health and disaster risk management. And that's given that global warming has the potential to do significant harm to the country's economy. Economic Affairs Minister Senator the Honorable Michael Alquita is making that clear, adding that forward planning is necessary to mitigate the effects of climate change. He shared as much during a recent symposium hosted by the Inter-American Development Bank on disaster risk management.
In the context of a strong economic recovery in the Bahamas, but as well cognizant of the forecast for moderating economic growth and other economic headwinds, it is important that we plan and manage in light of these economic risks, but as well as risks related to climate and health. We are fully aware that we are susceptible to the worsening impact of climate change, as well as the debilitating levels of chronic non-communicable diseases which impact our health and inevitably our productivity.
Now, the Bahamas will also benefit from the EU CARA Forum grant funding. This provides development and strengthening of a climate-resilient healthcare system in the country.
These ongoing projects will add to the future development of risk assessment protocols, surveillance, and early warning systems. Therefore, with this IDB Health and Disaster Risk Management Project and Symposium, the Bahamas will have the opportunity to increase capacity to manage disasters and climate risks, pursue additional opportunities for climate resilience and the adaptation of climate impacts.
Opposition activists march in Johannesburg protesting South Africa's energy crisis.
Hundreds of opposition activists took to the streets of Johannesburg in South Africa on Wednesday to demonstrate against the energy crisis causing record power cuts in the country. The activists from the opposition's Democratic Alliance marched towards the headquarters of the ruling ANC party.
Enough is enough. We want our power back.
I hope that they will look into this matter, that they will really look into this matter so that they can fix this nonsense.
Let's come back to reality. Let's face reality. The country is now gone down.
Scheduled blackouts, also known as load shedding, have been a part of daily life in South Africa for years, with state-owned energy firm Eskom failing to keep pace with demand and maintain its age for 12 voltages every new extremes.
And in sports, 9-time champion Novak Djokovic steamrolled another opponent and bounced up an Australian Open final against Stefanos Tsitsipas. That ends the latest news update as produced by the Northern News Network. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it, and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you. 4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Central Point. Yes, Central Point it is. We have available for all your conveniences new wipers, oil for vehicles, display cups, serger, household items, mops, brooms, and rakes, pipe fittings, top up for your phones, cooking gas from Rubis and The Spice, gas for your AC, a wide variety of drinks, soft and alcoholic. If you're in a pinch and need a taxi, that is available also. Contact Bob and Dave at 458-9745, 456-0550, Silverly, or 442-9307. And don't forget, this is where you get enrolled in the university under the cashew tree at Plains in St. Patrick's.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services available for all manual. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturdays 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices. Or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or M&M.DustyMahonhardware.com. M&N Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Asking me what is wrong with Trinidad. You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned cylinder. With new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say, the new driver cannot drive.
And I am fully well aware that some of the issues that we faced in the NDC at the time, that he should shoulder some of the blame, because it was him along with one or two other young people, even the candidate for Karakou, that helped constantly fuel the infighting. Because when we would take a decision that we're going in a certain direction, that some of these young people decided that no, they're going to go in their own direction. And it became worse last year when they started this Youth for Change with Ms. Jones and his program. And I remember the party decided that we needed to counteract it because supporters and members was reaching out and they started. So they thought that, listen, it wasn't looking like we were having in Spain. Here it is that the young people are having their own meetings, and here it is that NDC was not saying anything. And so we decided that we would have our own meetings. And we asked them to show up on the platform. And on all occasions, I think Tevin came down once, to the best of my knowledge. Mr. Redhead decided that no, we were all God, and that he didn't want to associate himself and his brand of politics with that whole God. And I found those things to be very, very unfortunate, because I believe when I'm a part of a team, we must be a team player. We can have our internal conversations and fights, but when we come out to the public, at least we should show a united front. I believe that is the best way. At least it would help the organization at the time.
Holy Willie Gwe.
Youth for change.
Yeah. Youth for change.
Of mine.
You want to do your own thing?
You tell them what, I show you that people go ever worried, darling. So that's why you see every time you're hearing this thing with the Honorable Ron Redhead. Viewers and listeners, we have Professor Panchu. He graced us with the present. Professor Panchu, the wheel is yours. Go up, take it.
Good morning, good morning. It's really...
Pull it a little closer.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Technically, so I'm ready to...
A little closer.
A little closer.
Watch me. Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Yeah. Well, Carl, it's a pleasure to be able to join with you and Mr. Pear on this. I have been away, so now I'm back. It's probably a good time to start and to promise to always be part of this wonderful program. I call it the University of Sotez, the University of St. Patrick's. You know, there's so much education, information that is shared on this program. Grenada is wise because of this program. So I am glad to be a small part of that program. You know, as a social scientist, Carl, psychology falls under, you know, the social aspect of life, socioeconomic stuff and social life. And I am a little worried. I'm a little worried, maybe more than a little worried. And you see, because what we're looking at, you know, you started off the program, you talked a lot about the demise and the disappointment of the elderly and the single parent and the student, you know, in the removal and taking away of that $150 that they were expecting to get in January, and they didn't get that. But, you know, you see the desperation in people because want to have the peace can the children the school money to pay the bus and all of that. And so you start asking questions now about development and job security. Carl, remember, we just literally lost $70 odd million for the Western Main Road developmental project. What does that say?
How much we lost?
I think it's about $76 million. Okay. Yeah. So now think about this. Think about the hundreds of young people, the hundreds of men and women who stood a chance or who would have been employed by that project. And the current government stood there for 7 months and they were not able to secure the monies. And as such, I understand from reliable sources that money has returned to from where it came. You know, the money was given by Europe and ministers the ministers, they were called. They knew that the monies were in jeopardy, and they stood a chance of losing it. Minister who has about any technical knowledge.
Institutional.
No, he has zero. Now we're not talking about chicken and flour and rice, right?
And yeah,
yes,
and taking all goods on the plate.
Right. So if we were talking about chicken and rice, you send him.
And then collecting goods on the plate.
That one too.
Don't forget that.
Yes, absolutely. No holds barred on this program. So he was part with
who went check toes recording. Yes.
Carl, let me say this here from a social perspective. If had gone, he would have made a plea and a case for the urgency of the matter.
Yes.
If the leader of the country come to you in sorrow for not acting in the last 6 months, you understand? If he said to you, listen, my people depend on this $76 million,
you give them cause.
You give your donors cause to say, well, at least the prime minister, the leader of the country,
it is important.
It is important. But he sent some mediocre fellas
to take out PTR maybe.
Yes, and that's what they are famous for. So they went there, that if you flick your eye on your left shoulder, that you are going to impress people.
And if you take out PTR cleaning some place.
Yes. And so we have lost it. But you see what I'm saying here, Carl, for two reasons. I really wanted the money to stay. Because if the Western Main Road is fixed and all the bridges and the narrow passages have, and the overhangings and the cliffs that are falling, if they were fixed by the $76 million, Grenada has better roads.
Yes.
And when I drive on better roads.
And some people have found gainful employment.
But that's the second piece now. You have better infrastructural roads, infrastructure. But also, Carl, this project was going to be there for a couple years. It therefore means that a lot of people would have benefited directly from employment. And we know that the crux and the wheel of the economy goes wrong and wrong when we have money. And Christmas gone proved that when we are callous about employing regular working people, that Mr. Pierre knows that. He talks about that all the time. Is the regular people who spend, Carl, we call them, they're in survival mode. Yes. So they get money, they buy a pound of flour.
Disposable income.
That's all they use. They have nothing to save, really.
No,
people don't, the vast majority of Grenadians do not have sufficient to take care of their needs and to save significantly. Every now and again, somebody might put a little $20 in the credit union or in the bank, but you are in survival mode. So when you have a loss of $76 million, which could have, invigorate the economy and circulate and make economic sense, you are looking now of people who would have been gainfully employed. And where else are you hearing from this present government, Mr. Pierre? Where else are you hearing from them? Well, we are going to generate 20 jobs here and 100 jobs there. Where we're not hearing anything except going and fish and taking pictures. Yes. I saw two ministers yesterday, Cornwall and
you saw Cornwall?
Yeah, but on picture, yes. I understand he's MIA, but what I'm saying is that all dressed up in his red shirt, shaking hands with the other minister on the Library Road. because they're trying to get it completely. Shaking hands, and I'm saying, what is the purpose of standing there and shaking hands when what are you doing there? You just look good. You want to show your handsomeness. So what my concern, Carl, is the generation of economic activity. Where are we seeing it, Mr. Pierre? Where have you heard that we are going to embark upon this innovative way of generating income so that people can find peace of mind to pay the bills, to take care of their medication, and to buy food and send their children to school? Where?
So, Professor.
Yes.
What they should be telling the nation is how we tend to create jobs.
Absolutely, but that's the purpose of government.
And also, they need to come straight. They need to come straight and speak about that. Yes, we need to come straight, because you see that is personal information here, because they peddling this thing that NNP caused the project to be lost. The information is there that they went to deal with the project and failed. And this information must be known. Let's take the call. Morning caller.
Hello.
Morning, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, man. How you all doing?
Smart man, you all call it?
Great man.
Okay, so I was listening to you all for a minute, and I have a couple questions.
Yeah,
on the $150 deal. As based on what I heard the Prime Minister say, he said that it was scheduled to be stopped by the previous government. Is that correct?
Well, only you have to know that, and because a budget cycle is for 1 year, you have to budget every year. So at December, if the government choose,
okay, that's my point. So if it was already scheduled up in December, then hold present government accountable for that.
No, stop right there. Stop right there. No. You need to listen. The intention purpose of the 150. The intention of the purpose of the 150 was to cushion the effect of the rise in the cost of living. Facts. You can't doubt that. Go and listen to the Honorable Gregory Bowen. Secondly, the Prime Minister presently in his New Year's address say cost of living get worse. So if the reason for the 150 get worse, why take it out? Then the minister, hold on, because all doesn't listen. The minister say, the line minister say, we go continue. You forgot in that part too?
Yes, that was December. That was December.
Into December
1920.
Speaking to continue. What is to continue? And who has to budget for this year is the NDC. Facts. Go and check it. They budget $8 million less for the seed program than last year. Facts. So if anybody is accountable, is the National Democratic Congress.
But let me also inform the callers under the University of St. Patrick's, okay, that you caller who are living, even to pay and teachers and nurses, if a budget does not, they cannot get a penny.
The same 500 they promised the nurses ought to be budgeted for.
But no, I'm talking about a regular salary.
Yes.
Do you know that a person who is permanent and receives a regular monthly salary, unless a budget is passed, he or she legally is not entitled to money, because it's only in the budgetary allocation that salaries are placed.
But what this, Professor?
Yes.
What are you running away from?
Yes.
About it was not budgeted for and so on. The $2,000 that they take was not budgeted for. How they find it to pay?
But not only that, let me also say,
the $2,000 was not budgeted for. Those what they get for traveling.
But that small amount.
No, I'm just telling you.
Yes.
But they could have find it. So this excuse about not budget for it, you don't fly.
But they found $70 million to establish the Ministry of Transportation. $70 million. No, I'm telling you, hold on to that little $2,000.
No, hold on. But when you talk about 70, they already get the permission to borrow 350 million. So if it was not budgeted for, you could have gone borrow to, because they get the permission borrow 350 million. You see now, a lot of people just come in and talk without understanding anything. So if let me give them that. Even if it wasn't budgeted for Mr. Pierre, they asked for permission already to borrow 350 million. So borrow it and pay the people.
And that's only $8 million, you know.
Borrow it and pay the people.
$8 million.
To talk not it wasn't budgeted for.
But I'm absolutely certain that Kit Mitchell and the NNP would have increased the amount in this because of the economic situation. They might have added $50 more.
Yes, Mr. Pierre.
It wasn't budgeted. They could find it. They know how to find the 2,000 when it was not budgeted for. They already get the approval to borrow 350 million. So this kind of talk out it wasn't budgeted for, it's not an excuse. They could have come out and say, speak their real self.
1 year.
They could have just come out and be the real self and say, we don't believe in that because they're so beat up on the social program, so we just stick it up. This thing about do budget is an excuse. Because you have ways and means of fixing that. If you already get the permission to borrow 350 million, why not borrow it and pay them? So call that offline. They are accountable. Them want take it or they budget less.
And the best thing for the National Democratic Congress is to give back the people the money. Because the embarrassment is going to cause the Congress, they will get giddy. Because in 2008, they promised to give them 400. And 14 years after, you cannot take it out. You brain go crack.
But watch this, Professor. Watch this, and we're dealing with practical thing, you know. Not hypothesis. Over 3,000 people in this country, and I using that figure, does receive it. If you multiply that by 150, like $450,000 you rob from the small people. Shopkeepers. So shopkeepers, you say man hiding from them now. They must hide.
You must hide.
Because they don't have it. And that is the crux of the matter. This kind of excuse of what he wasn't budgeted for. Talk about the purpose and the reason for the 150. And then we go have a discussion. Because the Prime Minister agreed in his New Year's address, by things get worse, things go hard. So you're taking it out and say what he wasn't budgeted for. But it's only 1 year. So how come they don't take out they didn't budget, the last government didn't budget for MIT? But how come they have the 70-something million for MIT now? The last government didn't budget for it too. So this kind of do budgeting, stop that.
Now who is responsible to budget?
Who is accountable?
Who was responsible to budget for it?
Them.
NDC?
They have
and they choose not to.
Yes. They presented it.
Well, 1 year, 2 years, they choose not to.
They presented a budget with $8 million
less for the seed program.
Knowing fully well. Listen, Carl, they know fully well. They knew fully well that the money that they budgeted was not able, will not be able to continue certain programs. And look at the program that they chose to, the seed.
Dependent.
The dependent, the feeble, the elderly, the mentally ill, the physically challenged people with amputees, with needs.
Not wants, needs.
People to buy Pampers for the adults and medication.
You have a caller on the line?
Yes, we caller. Let's take the caller. Call, we're going to come back.
Hello. Good morning to my family, the Real FM family this morning.
Morning.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Oh, good morning to you all. I'm listening to all the program, fantastic program this morning. I heard on Callistra program, she had a program interview, and he said the biggest problem they're encountering in the party at this moment is implementation. Hence the reason why he was talking about the money they lost from the British government. They lost it for the project. They have to go around to find money now to implement the project. So I look at the Prime Minister during the days of his campaign, when he was campaigning all in Carriacou, he was talking about what he will do for the country. He'll make the present government at the time, which was the NMP government, as nothing, as they wasn't doing anything good. So he hype up the young people, the elderly people with this big, big, big promise he want to give them. But I said, my God, he tell lies. Remember when the NDC was in power, Nazimbok, and he gained that name. That name was given to him to lie. So everything he's saying, he lied about it. He's saying it, and he's turning from one side to the next because he's lying. If you carry on lying like that, which is the note, like nothing. I also listen girl in when he come in there, well, say her nephew come in there and he get rid of her, which is the minister for Carrickwan Pity Matnik, and he got rid of her and get rid of all the people around her, all the workers around her. Of course, she was sick as well, so she take it, well, this will disturb her as far as I'm concerned. His auntie, he get rid of her. She's been working as a caregiver in Kariku. This May coming, the 1st of May, will be nearly 19 years. She was working, giving her services to the poor and the vulnerable. She look after them. And not only that, she cook food. Even she's still cooking food and blood helpful. The people she used to support, she brings food. She don't ask them for, because I remember a long time ago, she told me that she do bring food for them because some of them haven't got nothing. So she makes sure she give them food. This is charity. And when he got rid of her, he gave her the first letter he got rid of her. He sent her to the farm in Limley. And he sent her to the, and if you look at the condition of she hand, she have a deformed hand. She could hardly use the hand, but she still went to the farm because she must find money. Remember, she had to cook food for the 2 elderly people. And what she did, what he did again, he got rid of her. She ready to come to work. She lunch ready. She just to receive a letter and tell her your this is no longer needed. She thought she was going to Dumfries. Look at it. When I see the condition of she hand, I couldn't believe it. The hand is deformed. So shame on these NDC people with their lies and propaganda. And I myself surprised as Delma Thomas too. But I say, do not blame the message. You blame the messenger. You have to know how to deliver a message. I do have a beautiful day. I'm listening to all you carefully. You take care. God
yes, Carla, be blessed. 2 things here, Professor. Like the animals in Cardiac. Well, that is clear. And secondly, go on. Let me take the call. Hi, caller.
Hi, good day. Gentlemen, sorry to come back again. The misunderstanding about these things is that if in this example, Master Carl take over, they actually, I don't know if you read my mind, to be honest with you, the loss of funds. And if that be blame on NNP, that means then we still have a lot of the side to the public, the private sector have to be driven. I think with the immediately explain that. You have different ways of managing the economy, and make it. If you cannot do it, you create, a way for others to do it. I mean, this is something, just because $1,000 could have gone in the hands of the middle class people, where they're going to have, or even the poorer sector people, they're going to have created jobs and create that boost in the economy, yeah? Now,
Yes,
how to
Colin.
regain it is another question, yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah? And next thing that we're looking at today, the BRICS nations, yeah? You know, what is happening under the petrodollar? Now, again, there's another, is serious things regarding our economy. This thing should be seriously looked at. Yeah?
All right, okay,
Yes,
Colin.
sir.
Thank you.
All right, before you guys go on, let me just apologize to the folks listening via the YouTube. The internet is really, really horrible. There is like a 5-minute good, and then there is 20 minutes bad going on this month. So, and thank you for.
What is government up the environment for growth to increase for job creation? And now they making excuse of who budget and who didn't budget. When the situation the last year of the NP reign and the same situation with cost of living, hear what NNP did? They put a cap on gas. They put a cap on gas, they introduce a basket of goods, zero rated. They remove 25% on non-fuel charge electricity. They remove VAT on electricity. They remove levy on electricity. And they bring 150 for the seed. And even the debushing and other programs, they increase it. And that's what a care government does. Not make excuse about who budget what and who what. Take action.
Yeah.
You in charge. And that's what NNP did. They take action to cushion the effect. Now you're saying this was only one.
What does the NDC? What the NDC did? They increased the cost.
Yes.
They increased the cost on sugar.
Yeah.
They increased the cost on alcohol. They dropped the tax from businesses and taxpayers. They cut the amount of people that involved in the debushing program.
They make over 1,000 people.
And they make
go.
over 1,000 workers.
Now they take all the 150, they take all the 25% non-charge on electricity.
And they take it now. You take all the costs on the old people.
So what is the excuse about it was not budgeted for? So the other things you do, all them 1,000 people who may go, it was not budgeted for too. So you don't have excuse. Yes, Pancho.
Yeah. So I mean, you follow through with the last caller, and you recognize that yes, ability is to govern and to create successful, sustainable employment for its citizens. That's your goal. That's your singular most important thing of any government is to ensure that there is sufficient economic activity going on so that the government can get finances and fund its projects. But let me say another thing here, Carl. They boast, the Prime Minister, Minister for Finance has this attitude that he was responsible for distributing to the Grenadian public the single highest aggregate of wealth, $70 million. He said that they distributed in December. And you ask the question, Mr. Pierre, where did that $70 million go? Well, I'll tell you where it went. Carl, there are many people who are already retired and now they're getting this gratuity, this lump sum. They went to New York. They went to World Cup in Dubai. They took their trips to London and Toronto. And they spent the money abroad. They did not spend the money here. And many of them are in a position to save the money. So the money they circulate.
You still have a lot of harm in supermarkets.
Yes,
egg never gets scarce.
No, man.
And they are bad sign.
Egg price drop.
Yes.
Christmas time egg price.
Buy egg Christmas Day.
The man telling you later $15. We have a caller. We do?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take it, call.
Hello?
Hello, good day.
Good day.
I want to tell you that the NDC motto is telling lies. That is the motto. And you see, and let me tell you, I'm reading the book of Matthew chapter 23. All the words in that book have to fall on the NDC. Mr. Oluman.
When holes fall, it fall in your
Pancho.
So you don't want too much holes falling in the NDC have enough holes.
All right.
You want to pray for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't want more holes falling.
No, when Mr. Steele was made Minister of Health,
yes,
the NDC still have no experience. Has been a health practitioner, but the Prime Minister, who is a lawyer, is the Minister of Finance. Not a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you 70-something million. That when NNP came in 2013, and I always like them to check me, you know. $83 million was addressed for unpaid claims in the Treasury, which was at the time was 110 million. And facts, I want them to check me.
Yeah.
And the NDC promised public workers 50 million, and NNP paid so 50 plus 80 and 70.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, that's 130
and listen, and listen this. And public workers receive increase in salaries.
Yes, they did.
At the same time. And a one-off was given, of $1,000 was given for shed sacrifice. All these things happen. So what he's saying now, you don't know.
You don't know.
Or manifestly certified false.
Yes.
So that is why anytime you hear him speak, you don't know what he's saying. Because he talk out, he go rent plane. And then when you hear a man talk out all the obstacles for flying plane, you want, and if he will come with a suggestion. And directing what's going on in this country, and every time people like me speak about it, hear what they think, they can't think me now. So they start to say my grammar. Why is that Grenadian?
Yeah.
So and them speak Pancho, you know that man from Grenada.
Yeah, we don't see
because they accept men trying to speak like Jamaican and they don't telling them nothing.
Nothing.
But they want to beat up and they think that will make me afraid. They lie.
They lie. Tell
the
them
fact is, when NNP address the cost of living, they put a cap on gas. They take out the 25% non-fuel. They put a 25% non-fuel charge. They help people. They remove VAT, levy. But this man, they bringing back everything.
Yeah, yeah.
What they do? They sit down now and realize people must use water.
Yes.
Must use electricity. They won't stop use sugar. They won't stop drink adult beverage. So let me tax that on them because they must use it.
They must use it.
And the friends who support them in the last election, they say we have to give all back all your money.
Yeah.
So ALOT already owe not to pay. And they say they love people. Let's take the call.
Hello.
Yes, caller. Lost the caller?
No, she did.
Hello?
Yes, caller. Punch.
Hello?
Yes, caller. Go right ahead. We hear you, caller. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Panchu, for my heart, by what you just said about all this money we lost, can we regain it? And this is not the first time, you know, we lost this money. Remember, they were to do the parliament and that money went back to? Am I right?
Yeah, from the Australian government.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
So can we regain that money?
Well, they have to get the right set of people to go and negotiate.
Yes.
Let's send the public officers, perhaps.
Caller, let me also inform you. Let me tell you, I think Michael and Mr. Pierre are little, they do not want to embellish. But we got that money based upon a personal friendship of our beloved political leader and Prime Minister then, Dr. Keith Mitchell. We got it based upon his relationship with Cameron. We got that money. Yes, that money came in because of that beautiful relation they had. And I am sure there is going to come a time when we might be able to access some, but he is no longer Prime Minister. I'm talking about Prime Minister Cameron. And you see, when the money was deposited in the coffers to be administered by the Caribbean Development Bank, they had certain stipulations. Well, you know that during the money was there, and we had 2 years of drastic COVID, and so some of the protocols didn't fall through within a certain time frame, because we had the consultant from Europe coming down, because this is an international endeavor. It's not a local. You could take a local contractor, you bid, and you take a local contractor, or this is international money. This is not hand to mouth money. And what happened is that there was some serious delays. We all know what happened in COVID. Time the world opened up for people to start coming. Certain aspects of the program and reconfigured. However, when the NDC took, they had 6 months in which to make things right at the game stream. And they did with the Barbados. They went to Barbados. The CDB officials laughed at them and said, listen, man, you guys are there, and you guys weren't doing what you were supposed to do.
Hold on, Mr. Panchu, thanks. Where the advisors? Where the advisors and who they employed?
Well, let me tell you this. I haven't heard Master Carl talked about it yet. But in Grenada, currently we have 2 governments. Okay, so we have the elected members of Parliament, and then we have the cabinet. But then we have, Carl, a shadow cabinet, because each minister has 1 or 2 advisors.
That's what I asked.
But not only that, Mr. Pancho, you remember when he had the rally in the Trade Center? Yes. And somebody asked, who is the minister? And the person posed a question to Honorable Reddit. And the Prime Minister tell Honorable Reddit, sir, he call a man from the audience to come and answer.
Yeah, he telling me can't answer.
So that man could be a man of the cabinet.
Yes.
2 things. Hold on.
Yes.
Excuse me. Carl know who is speaking, and Carl know I'm not a bluffer.
Yes.
He had some experience with me, and I tell him how I feel, and we explain a lot of things.
Right.
My daughter receives money for the children, tell them to go to school. She didn't beg me for the money, but she said, Mommy, I lost $150 into the children money. What do you think I had to do, Mr. Panchu?
Well, you have to go find it now.
She didn't have to ask me. I'm here, and if the Lord bless me, I had to, hands up. So then when all these people and Shaggy and all of them and Shaggy program talking, them people they're lying, and they don't know what they're talking about. Because I personally had was to pitch in. She'll ask, Mommy, she said, I felt so bad. What I had to do, I couldn't do. So what happened? If nobody was there to help her, the children weren't able to go to school because she's not walking.
Yeah.
What's going on in Grenada and all this? You know what, Mr. Pancho? I don't think y'all should just sit in there. They're having town hall meeting. We should have in some community meeting. A lot of people, Mr. Pancho, thank God for you. You could help give people a little hope in your experience and your sociology to talk to people, because things will happen home, you know.
Yeah.
Things will happen if people don't take steps to help people. I'm talking from experience. Where this known pastor talk about Keith Mitchell need to put things in place, where they're going to have spiritual thing, but they need to minister to people physically too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, caller. Thank you, caller. And Carl, this caller, struck a note there when she talks about things are going to get more difficult.
It will.
It's not just about economic difficulty,
No.
It's about emotional and psychological well-being.
We'll take a small break and come back.
All right, let's take a break, and we are coming back. Gotta pay some bills.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street, Sates in the Kweze. Dr. Guerrero, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal of uterine fibers and vaginal warts, hernias, C-section. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic DNC, abnormal bleeding. They're in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Dr. Santos, an oncologist who specializes in cancer treatment, a general practitioner, family doctor, will be joining Dr. Guerra in the not-too-distant future. Walk-ins are accepted. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352. That number again, 423-3352.
Put your health first. Dominic Shopping Centers in Fun City, Guelph has everything you need, like mats and rugs, floor covering, items such as pots and blenders. Check out the store for electric battery speakers, 4 and 6 burner stoves, fridges, washing machines, and much more. At Dominic Shopping Centers, they have clothing and accessories for the entire family. Call or visit us today on 444 or 444-9221 Down Street. Dominic's Shopping Centers, the best in the West. It keeps getting better.
Lasages Hard Court in St. David is the venue set for the semi-final round of the National Celebrations Committee Independence Calypso Competition on Saturday, January 28, 2023. 21 Calypsonians will compete for a place in the top 10 to challenge reigning monarch Sour Serpent on Friday, February 3rd at the Sates Bus Terminal. Semi-finalists are Royalty, Heidi, Smokey, Sorana, Top Cat, Laura Lisa, Monique, Big J, Sokaban, Cock, Teacher Eddie, Jojo, Prince, Calypsonian Supreme, Jack Glory, Happy Boy, Soka Ray, Nari, Leon, Newton B, and showtime 8 p.m. admission absolutely free. Let's all be part of the journey to 50, reflecting on the past, planning for the future. Independence Calypso semi-final, Lasages Hardcore, St. David, Saturday, February 28th.
Hey now, listen to this and listen carefully. At Lotang Sates is the best little seafood restaurant on this lovely island. Bacon, shark, steamed fish, fish and chips, and the daily catch. Whatever that may be, we have it for you. To complement this, you can have the most tasty sorrel, golden apple, ginger, and passion fruit drinks, all locally made, just as you know it to taste. As you visit our restaurant, take some time to browse through our super convenient store. You will find an item which has not been seen wrong. We offer you the best price on t-shirts and unisex vests, casual and dress shirts, and the widest range of body oils. For whatever the occasion, find the fragrance, be it male or female. Only you, we have a wide variety of headphones and chargers. So here's what. Visit for the food, the bar, or the store, and stay for the others, because you never know what surprise is in store for you. We're open from 9 to 9, Monday to Saturday. Sunset Restaurant.
This is located on Main Street, St. Patrick, for all your wholesale drinks, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic. We are open daily from Sunday to Sunday up to 10 p.m. and closed only on public holiday. Now on sale are grocery items, frozen meat such as chicken parts, turkey and ham. Yes, it's the center of it all.
Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find me so me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car, we called in air, we ordered an ex-con and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi caddy, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With much new fittings, the maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize this the cannot drive.
Say, put everybody, put all the money on the permanent stuff. Put all nurses on the permanent. Put all, everybody. Just put them because you're wicked if you don't do it. Yes, go in government. Go into government and do that and find out who's going to support you. Go, then you will find out and they'll say, I didn't understand and I did not know. That's why you have to come in to a training school first and learn before you become the hippie.
Holy will. So I wonder why the man went on the thing in Barbados in training school. They should have training school. He have people in Grenada who knew about the project. Pancho. Competent people in Grenada, you shouldn't take a risk with the economy and the growth of the country. If Grenada is for Grenadians, let people who know be in the know. Because what we pong this thing, Professor, about institutional knowledge, by now the man must realize what the man saying on really fame has some sense.
Yeah. Absolutely. I cannot. We cannot end the program, Carl. Without me going back to the 150. But so much so on the person who is supposed to champion the cause in social development. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the Ministry of Social, it's community development, community empowerment, housing, social services, right? In all. There are two ministers there. Okay, so you have a senior minister who is Philip, and you have a junior minister for state. But the minister for state is the one responsible for social development and gender affairs.
Special responsibility.
Right. That's a special responsibility. And I know the person. So I know that she has a long history of community involvement in education and in counseling and working on behalf of people and their well-being. So I believe that when she stood up on December 19th or December 20th in the Senate presentation and said boastfully, well, no, I couldn't say boldly, but yes, well, that's another story. But the way she said it, she fumbled through and she was trying to read. I want you to take on that, You have the tape?
No, I want you to take on the formula. We had the tape there. Get the tape.
Yeah, if you could get the tape. We'll talk about the fumbling. Because what it says there, when you fumble like that, Carl, that's a form of insecurity.
Yes.
It's a form of, boy, I want to say it, but I can't say it because I don't sure, and it doesn't make sense, and I don't even believe it.
Yes. You get it?
Because this is a woman.
Yeah. Yeah, play.
Play it.
My government has decided to continue the vertical expansion of seed program, which was scheduled to end in December of this year. This therefore means that family will continue to receive the additional $150 per household. Madam President, we will also be completing the recertification of all beneficiaries' household to determine how many families' socioeconomics have improved and therefore no longer need support, need seed support.
Yeah.
Next aspect.
So she is reading. She is reading from a script.
Yeah.
And this is a person with a master's degree. So I know she could read. She has been a teacher. So I know she could read. But she is dealing with socioeconomic and recertification.
Yes,
These are words that are very common in the vocabulary of ordinary Grenadians.
Somebody that masters out there.
Yes. So when she is fumbling, it tells me that she is speaking out of a sense of non-conviction. Insecurity. Lie somewhere.
Yeah.
And it proved that she was lying. But I also understand that when they went to cabinet, after the Prime Minister removed it, the Minister for Finance, that they had a battle because they were saying that you can't do it. But the Prime Minister, who is the boss, said, yes, I could do it. I could do it and prove that $150, Carl, $150. So now on a recent program last Sunday, I heard her, now minister who should champion the cause, I heard her rationale about the savings that they should have realized from the sanitization and the recertification is not enough to cover the work for the people. But saying this in her statement that you have to pay particular attention to. A threat by the minister. People, this minister has threatened that if you want it, you must be prepared to lose some people who should qualify for the program. That's a threat.
Either or.
Carl, how can you be a minister responsible for social development? You're not the minister for works and then you're talking about social development. You're the minister for social development, the social development and well-being of the Grenadian people. That's your responsibility. It therefore means that when you go to cabinet, you should be willing to lay your life down for people who qualify for social development programs. That's your role. That's why you got a ministry for that. And so you're saying that if we're going to keep some old people selectively, and if you want more, then you have to be prepared for
or the situation for work.
Basic common sense. Love for people, empathy. There is something in our peripheral nervous system that is responsible for us feeling empathy and feeling sad for people when they are downtrodden and when they are crying. How do you approach the old person in your community and say, I'm sorry, but I have to take away $150? A government can find $400,000 every month to support 12 4s, 48, $5 million, Carl, to continue a program. And here is it, Mr. Pierre. Here is what is hurtful about it. That's why in the opening of Parliament on the budget debate, our political leader took about an hour to explain what foundation is.
Yeah, and a lot of people take it like joke.
Yeah, because
but you fly over the head.
Yes, but hear this, Carl. In the University of St. Patrick's, we have to continue to speak about it.
Yes.
At the Parliament.
Because here's what happened. Here's what they miss. These older people, Mr. Pierre, these are the people who through blood and sweat,
tears,
without technology, without a cell phone, without computer,
internet,
even without transport to go to work, they walked and they built the roads and they dug and manually dug the holes to put the poles for the electricity. And they dug, listen, I saw people digging with pickaxe and spade and forks to lay the water from Blaise to come down to Tivoli. I saw people. There were no machines to help you do that. These are the people who through blood and sweat and tears and sacrifice worked. They're old, they're feeble, some have lost limbs, some have lost eyesight, have lost muscle, skills, and no longer they could barely feed themselves. And you are saying that 150 is too good for you.
Yes.
Listen, people who drag Bamba for these Grenadians. And you know, somebody told me they saw somebody, an old lady do that.
I saw that?
Carl, don't let old people drag
old people tears and thing is bad thing for people.
And these young people in the current government, they don't understand that basic piece of human, and that is what is sad. Because they are from a different generation and they have no understanding about life.
It's a very sad and unfortunate thing in our country. And I always say, because of the secular, people kind of move away from Christianity. It's kind of diluted. Mm-hmm. And it has a serious impact. In addition to that, we are not sitting down as a family and to know the history. Mm-hmm. What you said is easy. There are people who paid Provident Fund in this country and getting a $175 a month. $175. In addition to that, when the National Democratic Congress had the homegrown structural adjustment program and they fired people from the government estate, people from the private estate used the opportunity to fire workers too. And they did not pay enough money on Look what going on now. As soon as the National Democratic Congress started to fire these workers, watch Kenko. The government set the template.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so important for the members of parliament now, on the lower house, look at how dismissive they are of the elderly in their own party. One of the directors said, champion them. They dismiss them.
And the next man say, make it still.
And the next one on social media, teacher, Is this thing, you make me blood run cold to see the amount of people that gave him on social media, where they give high five, support.
Likes.
I mean, when we redo like so insensitive to the elderly, and I feel in it, because I didn't departure lunch. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there is any other political party in the Caribbean that have gone that far to become so dismissive, so insensitive to the cries of the elderly. And if the government wants some ways in which they could cut on certain issues that are not necessary and provide back the money, we could always suggest that to them. That trip to America, send one person. They don't have to send three in it. In addition to that, cut the programs, all the entertainment programs you have, like Carnival, like the Carrico activity, cut out some in it and give the elderly the money. And I hope the government take our advice, because you must give them back the money.
Yeah.
We're not going anywhere without they
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
back
yeah,
their money.
yeah. There is a champ.
They must get back their money.
We have to. We need to champion the cause of the restoration of that $150. Go back to
Give
Parliament.
them back the money.
Go back to Parliament. Go back to Parliament and ask for permission to borrow, wherever you find it, that $7 or $8 million and restore that money.
And I don't even care if you some public officers as how we introduce the debt service levy.
Yeah.
I don't even care if you do that. But you must give back the elderly people our money.
And just as we say sorry to the Rastafarian community, they have to tell you in the public sorry.
Yeah.
Like disrespect.
Well, I like to practice.
This guy can't sleep at night, you know, Mr. P.
My grandmother tell me sympathy is not that good, you know. No. So she say help.
Yeah.
When somebody die in the neighborhood, go and clean around the place.
Yes.
I bring a bottle to them.
Yes.
Don't come and tell them accept my sympathy.
Yeah.
Help.
Yes. Help.
Go and dig the grave.
Cook some food.
She say go and put your face sad.
Yeah.
Wrong there. Cook some food. Don't come and tell them. I learned that as a boy.
Yes.
If somebody's sick, they send you and clean around the place. Go and cutlass around the place for them. So, you know, we need the government to be. I mean, people have to cry out. We cannot permit in Grenada for the government to just rob the elderly.
Yeah.
Pancho, watch this.
Like
Even
that.
in the budget presentation, when everybody who looks at budget for the first time say the man good, and he could speak from his head.
Yeah.
The man didn't show an ounce of empathy.
No.
He's a good reader.
But
the man didn't show an ounce of empathy in
But
that.
he had teleprompter too.
Well, he read from the teleprompter.
He was reading from the teleprompter.
But people don't know. They say he speak from his head. Well, he fans on them.
Yeah.
But those of us who know, we know he not so. We know he was reading. He could read.
Yeah.
But he didn't have an ounce of empathy. He just read right.
Yeah.
Big thing. And moving that 150 is the same thing.
Yeah.
Not one ounce of empathy because there's information to suggest that persons with are wrong. And when they speak about it, he didn't listen to them, one take it in and walk out and go.
Now, the Prime Minister made a blunder of grandiose proportion
And he must understand
eat
that.
humble pie and give back the people their money. Simple.
Yeah.
So we could move on.
Because, Mr. Pierre, one time on this program, I said leadership matters, and people said, oh, keep me tell this, keep me. Leadership matters, and we don't have leadership here. We have leadership by avoidance right here. When something good pension, retroactive pay you day, this thing and but when shitty the fan to go to the IMF, you don't talk about that. You don't go in Barbados.
So how the Minister of Finance
could do go in?
That is when you want that desires in finance.
Because you see,
send man not flour and sugar.
We're not talking about a $5 million project.
No.
A $5 million project you send somebody
And
else.
the impact of the project?
Yes. That there was some in the time frame.
Yes.
But you are there, you have to take responsibility.
You have to send the best contingent individual.
The best, yes.
The Prime Minister, the Minister, and individuals who is aware about it. You can't send no kind of little green, you can't take, I always say to people, you can't take virgins and send them on 42nd Street, They'll be ravished without compassion. You negotiating 70 million that you're about to lose. You send your best minds.
Send your best. You send your best.
And you have them there. We have to respect the Ministry of Finance have been doing an exceptionally good job. That's why you made the Treasury pregnant.
Yes.
The police has been doing a very good job. That's why crime is low.
Yes. As you start to interfere, the things
You can interfere in it. As soon as you interfere in it, individual is going to move it around like robots and zombie.
Yeah.
Don't know when they go get a letter. And then you bring this country,
you want to call it?
At a stage where it's unacceptable. Yes, Colin. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Afternoon, panelists in the House of Parliament. God bless you. May God keep you all there as long as it should, as long as things is not going right in the country. But I think there is some things, as a joke, are you really lying on the Prime Minister, you know? How the Prime Minister could not have get that money, and he getting money to the judges, a big wide away from St. George's to Sortes.
That's it.
So,
30 minutes drive.
the man could get the money to build that road, and all you say you get the other money. I think that you're lying.
Yes.
The
Mad people.
whole policy.
Yeah, beach you carry cool.
Yeah, mad people.
Well, he was that wimpy.
Yeah, he was a wimpy. Mad people thing, man.
So, my dear, the man going to get the money to build his highway. So let him get it. God bless him.
But he can get 8 million for this year.
He better try to
Economic sensitism is an issue, and that's what happened when we just take a bunch of juveniles with no experience and we take them and put around country. I mean, we buy cat and bag. All of us are guilty, you know. All of us have some guilt because none of us was explaining publicly the probabilities of failure.
Yeah.
So all of us is guilty. Not only those who actually vote for them, those who did not speak. Because we suspected to have all this green hand that seems to be so bitter and angry, that threatened to throw pee on their own people, that sidelined the elderly. Something must have been done. So all of us are guilty. But when this thing is done, that is why we hope that the Prime Minister would do some psychological evaluation and try to see if they get back on the right track. Give old people the money, the elderly people, so we could concentrate on some other areas to advise you.
Well, let me quickly add here. I like your wishes, Mr. Pierre. You are a man of great wisdom. But what has the minister, including the Prime Minister, spent the last 10 or 12 days doing is hopeless. Because instead of acquiescing, a big word that simply means agreeing that they made a blunder, okay? Instead of saying, you know, boy, let's go back to the drawing board and let's rethink this. They have gone on every single program, whether that they have gone. I'm not advertising anybody's program here. Where they have sought to provide a rationale why they no longer are paying the 150.
Yeah, and that's sad.
That is the sad thing. You were elected. But let me finish this point. You were elected to serve in the interest of people, and you made a decision. The NNP fault did not make it a permanent structure. When you had the opportunity to formulate a budget for 2023
and do it better, the best
and
budget.
do it the best budget, you presented a $1.2 billion budget. Oh, it's the biggest. Everything was the biggest. Did you hear him in Parliament?
Yeah.
Oh, it was the biggest for agriculture, the biggest for education, the biggest for social service, the biggest. And the biggest blunder you've made.
First month, the biggest failure.
The biggest fail. That's it, Carl. If he believes in big and grandiose thinking, then that's the biggest fail. That's the biggest fail. Let's take the call.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Hey, morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes,
and Brother Carl. Brother Pancho.
Yes.
You know, just when I was here in a call, I mentioned what budget. I was hearing a caller speaking about school and school fees. And the government is so good because, look, there is free school. And I said, you know, it has to be a government that doesn't really understand the purity or the cycling of economics. So just come and give us, in a time like this, everything free for school. I said Dr. Mitchell administration was paying a lot of the school fees for the children, for the entire national college, for the entire even secondary schools and all this kind of thing. Most of these fees was paid. But the difference in it, those who could afford to pay was allowed to pay. So all the burden didn't come in. But when this government say them paying everything free, it created that the state now holding up everything about it. The whole burden is on the state back. These guys are virgin because principal days, those who could afford to pay were paying, and they were paying willingly. They wasn't paying with a force. But now you come and you said those who could afford and not everything is free. That is not good economics. And that is not good for a state. We not a communist country, so that when you're working, you're supposed to work for 500, the state will give you 200, and they're already keeping back 300 for these things. And they tell you everything is free. Me, what I don't understand about is that you describe them as virgin. They really is virgin. They really don't understand how really country running. And we got to pray for this country, because I don't want them to hand us back in a mess. The last time it was in a mess. I hope that we could pray that they don't bring it worse than the last time. Thank you, Brother Carl.
All right. Before you go on, guys, I have something here for you.
Here's the excuse that will be made. The excuse that will be made is it's a lot of money. Grenadians deserve a lot of money.
I hope you know that. I hope you know that. Closing statement, guys. We have 8 minutes left on the inside.
One thing, you see, the fact that these government has is one. An institution that we was not being against them. We were the best friend in advice.
Yeah.
But they don't take in the advice. So the employment situation go escalate out of control because they're making everybody go they don't like. You don't have a clear path of collecting revenue because you're giving tax break to who owe the government. But you're taking away the little from the people. You have a story in the Bible.
Yeah.
Nathan and David. And Nathan go to David and say, what, you are a man with plenty. And then one. So David say, well, show me that man and let me give government money. A break. But it can be good.
It can be good.
They are not change their ways.
Can be good. It can be good.
Final words, Pierre?
Yes, I think my greatest appeal to the government is to pay the 150 at the end of the month. If you don't pay the 150 at the end of the month, the 150 we demand. We're not going anywhere if you don't pay the 150. We'll have and in addition, we'll question all the additions and all the issues that you have. You must pay the 150. We'll have to appeal to other ministers. We don't want to go down that way because we always have a soft heart for politicians. We think they're under immense pressure already. But there is no compromise with the 150 for the elderly. So my hope is that you just pay the 150. I would like to talk about West Indies cricket. Yeah. Because when they lose, it has gone fat.
Yes.
So, but I would like to leave Deacon alone and put some emphasis on West Indies cricket. I want him to pay the 150 at the end of the month. I could leave him alone.
I also want to talk about if we should increase the consent age.
All these.
Oh man,
nice,
beautiful,
nice
beautiful.
Move. Nice addition.
Thank you.
Again, folks, we apologize for the glitching in the internet. It was beyond our control. It's giving a lot of problems, so we do apologize for that, and we hope to get it rectified before Sunday.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong after Eric Win.